Hoff here. Welcome to Hoffcast, the show where we discuss current events, theories, and we laugh at the insanity of the world. I'm your host, Hoff. This is episode 180, Salutations, and it is January 26th, the year 2025. I almost forgot what year it was. What year is it? I'm like Robin Williams in Jumanji. What year is it? I've done a good job this year at, whenever you write the date down on something, like sometimes you get in the habit of writing the previous year. I feel like I've done a pretty darn good job of keeping up with writing 25 on things, which is rare for me. It usually takes me, a couple weeks to get into the groove, but this year's been so crazy so far. And I mean, let me tell you, bosses, if you're looking at a show where we discuss current events and laugh at the insanity of the world, look no further, because tonight, oh man, I've been waiting for tonight for a long time. I want to apologize first and foremost if you're watching live that I started a little bit later than I wanted to. I'd been invited over to a friend's house and ended up spending a little bit more time there than I expected to. Yes, believe it or not, I do have friends. Believe it or not. Yes, cheers to that. I do have friends, bosses, but let's see. So then I was having camera issues, but everything's going good now. Everything looks and sounds good. Let me know in the chat if anything is not looking or sounding good. I appreciate you. While you're at it, hit the old thumbs up button for me. I will say it right at the top of the show. I'm going to preemptively say hit the thumbs up button because this show is going to be fantastic. I've been waiting. It felt like the longest week of my life waiting for this show. The list of things that I have to discuss, some of them I haven't even gotten into too deep myself, and we might go through some of these, but the list of things just this week was absolutely insane. Of course, I didn't have time to do a midweek episode or anything like that. I was working a lot of closing shifts, so which means I don't really have the time to do anything at night when I get home besides take care of the essentials. And but I besides that, I was watching a lot of videos and gathering content, and which was not hard for this week's episode. So I want to thank you all for being here. We're not going to dilly-dally with a lot of mumbo-jumbo tonight. We're going to get right into some subjects tonight. I don't even know where to start, but we will do a couple more opening ceremonials before we go any further. I do have to announce that Hoffcast.com is no more. I think I already previously mentioned that. It is, I wasn't paying any more money for that thing. I couldn't keep it up anyway. I neglected it like a redheaded stepchild. And, so yeah, I mean, there's better ways, cheaper ways in order to get your word out nowadays. Websites are kind of ancient anyway. I will miss it a little bit and maybe I'll bring it back one day. But if I do, I want to make sure I'm paying way less for it and, that I actually have it look a little better and be a little bit more functional and useful for people to go to it. Because there are a lot of things I wanted to do on that website. It just wouldn't let me, or I'm just not smart enough to do. You know what I mean? But, I'm no computer genius by any means. I'm no genius, period. I'm just a guy trying to figure things out and have fun with it, man, because the world is crazy and we're here to laugh at it tonight. So cheers if you're watching. Let me know in the chat. Say hi, make friends in the comments, man. We're here to have fun. Maybe towards the end of the stream, we'll see if I have see if any guests want to come on and chat about the things that have happened currently. I always enjoy that. I like this format of the show where I do like the first portion of the show is me just doing a solo thing. And then later on, I'll have some guests if anyone does want to come on. The only rule is I got to know you. I'm not doing like call-ins. Like I got to know you. And I know a lot of people. So I just have to, you've had to have been on, or I've talked to you before or met you backstage or something. Those are the only requirements. You got to have rules around here, man. I don't need this channel taken down. Cheers. It's about the 10th cheers I've done so far. I'm in a drinking mood tonight, bosses. The dirty water will be flowing. Let me tell you, with the kinds of subjects we got. Oh, my. So let me just say hi to the chat real quick here. The few that are in there, appreciate you. We got Cotton Ministries. What's up, Papa? Turtle's Toy Box. What's up, Turtle? How you doing, man? I think these were from earlier today. And then we got Big Buds. How you doing, Big Buds? Hope you're doing well, too, buddy. And my NASA, Mr. Tony Nasser, of course. Hopefully, if he has the time, he can swing by towards the later half of the show, as he's been doing recently. I always enjoy having having Tony on and his perspective from his side of the world. And but yeah, tonight's gonna be fun. We're just getting warmed up here. We'll just let me see if we can start off with an icebreaker. I like to do that, just something kind of random. Let's see. Sometimes it gets a little, you got to be careful with what you pick on these things if you haven't pre-screened. And in my case tonight, we're playing a little Russian roulette. So we'll see what we get here. Oh my gosh, this looks random and funny. I have no idea what's going to happen here. Let's check this one out, bosses. This one is man on the street interviewer has no idea he's interviewing Willem Dafoe. How can you not know? He's like one of the most recognizable faces on the planet.
I love your outfit. What do you do for a living?
I'm an actor.
Really? What's your name? Do you mind sharing?
Yeah, Willem.
Got you. What do you love about your job?
What?
What do you like about your job?
It's always different. Nothing's ever the same.
No day's the same.
Yeah.
Got you. For someone who's getting into your career, what advice can you tell them?
I don't give advice.
You don't give advice?
No, everybody's got to find their own way.
That's true.
Just enjoy.
How do you want to be remembered?
I don't think about that.
Green Goblin.
No.
And then last but not least, where do you see yourself 5 years from now? Any movies that we know about?
What?
And where do you see yourself 5 years from now?
I don't know. I mean, I have a hard time thinking beyond tomorrow.
Got you. Thank you so much. I love you.
I hope you.
You're an amazing person.
You're awesome.
Thank you. What do you do for work?
Was this lady thinking that he was like just being nice, like not being like starstruck with Willem Dafoe? Like, what? This whole thing is confusing. Willem Dafoe seems like a pretty chill dude. What would you want to be remembered for? I mean, I'm obviously Green Goblin, maybe Boondock Saints, which I would argue that the Boondock Saints is his movie. That's my opinion. I believe that it's because I've only seen it a couple times. The first time, I think it's about the brothers. And then the second time I watched it, I'm like, this movie's more about Willem Dafoe. He's kind of stealing the show over here. And yeah, especially there's some really good moments with him in there. He's a very, if you haven't seen the Boondock Saints, recommend that movie. It's pretty good. I figure most people have probably seen it by now.
Got you. For someone who's getting into your career, what advice can you tell them?
I don't give advice.
He doesn't give advice, huh? I wonder if he has any kids. I wonder what he tells his sons. Like, Dad, can you help me learn how to shave, Dad? And he's like, I don't give advice. Figure it out yourself. And then the kid just comes out with a bloody face, and he's like, nah. Like, well, you did not figure that out,
Let me tell you, son, you are God's greatest mistake.
Interesting. I wonder where this guy's been living, under a rock, apparently, if you don't know who Willem Dafoe is. I mean, look at the look on, he's got the look, the voice, everything. How can you not know that's the Green Goblin, bro? Norman Osborn. I'm somewhat of a scientist myself. Let's see what else is going on here before. I mean, we're going to get into it very soon, bosses. I'm just warming up here a little bit. What is this all about here? If you see my camera go wonky, don't worry, I'll fix it. We got some foot traffic in here. Let me check this one out. What the heck? Okay. All right. Well, we'll check this out. It doesn't look super exciting, but we'll see what's going on here. Watch as degenerate tries to steal a food delivery robot in a San Jose restaurant. All right. A food delivery robot. This is the way of the future, right? I mean, they're going to put all the people working at McDonald's out of work. And this started in Asia, right? In China, Japan, probably. And then now they're bringing them over here in the Chinese restaurants. I was talking with my friends tonight. I had a buddy saying he watched a documentary about where all the Chinese restaurants in America are like linked to some sort of the triads or something like that, Chinese mafias. So don't be taking their food delivery robots. I think they'll have an issue with that. They laundered a lot of money to get those in order to not actually do their jobs to launder more money. What's he gonna do with it? What, is there a market for that? Was he gonna reverse engineer it as the scientist that he is? You know, these scientists out there robbing from places, you know. Was he gonna reverse engineer it, figure out how to make his own robots? Robots. Interesting. Not really. But it's interesting that it didn't take much in order to get it back from him. They're just like, hey, can we have that? Can we have that back? I mean, you're not going to get far with it. Big Bud says we have that robot at the sushi place where I live. Dang. Is it the same one? Or is it the same sushi place? Or is it just the same robot, the same model? Man, too many robots these days, bosses. Too many robots. And we're only going to keep seeing more of them, unfortunately. And if you know me as a very paranoid American man, I'm not for the robots. I mean, we're going to be talking about, of course, we're going to be talking about some Elon Musk tonight, of course. But preemptively, you know, I don't like what he's doing with robots. I don't like, I'm not a big fan of self-driving cars and stuff like that, man. Like, I like to power my own machine. You know, I like to man my own jackhammer, if you know what I'm saying. Yet I like the feeling of the, you know, having control of the machine and not the machine controlling me, you know, and Russia car drive you. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I got a problem, and I've worked at places, I'm not going to say where, that had, they were like shipping hubs. I'll say that. One of them went out of business last year. Shortly after I left the company, was there a link with me leaving the company and the company failing? Possibly. I'm not going to take credit or not credit for it, but maybe I did a lot more around there than they thought, you know, and they should have treated me a little bit better, kept me around, kept Hoff around. He's a hard worker. You'll want to have him, you know. I do it by job and I do it diligently. But anyways, I saw the kinds of robots that they had in these places. I think I've talked about one of them before. It looked like kind of like a snail, and it would roll around. It was meant to be like the front of a train, and it would haul heavy items on carts. It's manufactured by a company called Crown. You can probably look them up. I think we've looked them up on the show before. But they had these two red sensor lights that came out, and they'd spread all across the floor and had cameras on it. So like if you stepped in front of these red lights, it was supposed to stop so it wouldn't run you over. But they told us that these robots had the right of way. I'm like, oh, well, the only reason that you're giving this thing more rights is in case it malfunctions and hits somebody. You know what I mean? So they're like, give the robots the right of way. I'm like, I should get the right of way. I'm a living human being, you know, walking, actually working here, you know, and this thing, it doesn't need a nap. You know, it doesn't need a break. And I don't even take breaks. If I could use one right now, I could ride around on that robot for a little bit. You could let me ride around on that thing instead of lifting heavy objects, you know. But anyways, then another company, they had robots that were supposed to unpack things like with suction cups and air. And these things, they couldn't get to work no matter what. And they spent like millions on them. So that's what's kind of scary about it. Like some of these things could malfunction. They could become sentient. And, you know, I'm a big fan of Terminator. If you know, if you watch the show, if you've been a long time watcher of the show, you know, my favorite movie of all time, the greatest movie ever made is Terminator Salvation with Christian Bale.
Oh, good for you. Like this. Oh, no, I don't need any fucking walking. He needs to stop walking.
It's been a minute since I used them, bosses. But I am very paranoid about technology taking over humanity. I think it's coming, Mitz, what's up? New member. Heck yes. I don't mention that enough. Become a member. I do have a lot of members only videos. I haven't done any recently. And also I was talking to Tony last night, and he said, man, you should do another live guitar stream sometime soon. And you know what? I thought that was a good idea. Maybe perhaps tomorrow night if I'm feeling up to it, because I just shinied up and polished my guitar and changed the strings on it, and I've been ripping that thing recently. So perhaps tomorrow would be a good time for it, because I have not done a guitar stream in a while. And there's some of them go good, some of them don't. It's just the way it goes if you're just improvising for a little bit. But I always have fun with it. If no matter what, I always have a good time with it, unless my guitar string breaks, in the middle of it. That's the only time I don't have a good time with it. And I don't have a backup guitar because I've been too lazy to change all the strings on my other guitars. And whoops, and then I have a problem. Then I'm like, dang it! Now I can't go anywhere. I got a ukulele. I don't play ukulele. What am I, Hawaiian? Do I look Hawaiian to you? Spring Hill Mac, what's up? How you doing? How you doing, boss? Good to see you. Said there's a director's cut of that. Of what? I done forgot what I was even talking about, to be honest with you. It says showing a little love while I can. Well, I appreciate you. Always appreciate that. I appreciate anyone who watches, leaves a comment, thumbs up button, you know what I'm saying? Subscribes, of course, and rings that bell like Quasimodo, bro. And you're hitting the all. You're going to it if you're ringing the bell, which you should. I'm not even asking you for money. I'm just asking for attention. Just ring the bell and hit all, not personalized, because you don't know what the personalized is going to get. You don't even know what the all is going to give you sometimes with, what we're dealing with these days. Now that there's supposed to be less censorship online, I'm hoping this might open the door up a little bit for yours truly here. But, that's yet to be seen. You know what I mean? Zuckerberg, Zuckerberg. Let's take a look at that. We've been talking about that for a while. Let's find let's find that video of Zuckerberg that we still haven't watched on here after a couple weeks, a couple episodes, because we love Zuck around here. I haven't had a Facebook account in many years, but let me see here. Wait, is this kind of what I'm looking for? What would I search? Oh, this is from 2 days ago. Okay, let's check this out. This is not the video I was looking for, but still, this should be interesting. And this is right in the same alley of what we're talking about with things. Let's check this out here, bosses. I want to thank you all for being here. Spring Hill Max says, that's a cool hoodie, by the way. Yeah, I'm not in the Illuminati or anything, but I love this hoodie because it has all the symbolism of it's got like the pyramid with the checkers, the one eye. It's got Saturn. It's from a band called the Prize Fighter Inferno. It's got the galactic squid octopus on there. Yeah, I don't really affiliate with those sorts of things, but I do love the band. And I like the designs on the hoodie. It's got plants all up the sleeves and stuff. I do not worship Saturn. I worship Jesus Christ and God, of course. But it's a fun hoodie. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. I wanted to hang up a new banner over here for tonight. I just didn't have time for it, so expect it in the next one. But it's a really cool, like a tapestry that I got recently from Amazon. And unfortunately, it's an unofficial item of a band that I like. But if the band was putting out cool merch like that, it's a similar band, Cody and Camry, I wouldn't have to buy outside of the official store. So make better merch. People out there making better designs. You know what I'm saying? So just up your game a little bit, and I'll give you some money again. I've given that band so much money, it's ridiculous. Anyways, back to the subject here. I want to thank you all for watching. This is going to be a fantastic episode, and we've not even started yet, bosses. Not even started. So let's check this out. This is random. I don't have this one planned, but this is Meta will spend $65 billion on AI efforts. Well, apparently, like recently the government was saying, Trump was like, hey, me and Musk are going to be spending what, $500 billion on AI, so we can be the leaders of AI, the world leaders of AI. So basically, we got to out AI China and other countries. China's basically a company at this point, not really a country. You know what I mean? Everything's made there. We're gonna tariff you. Anyways,
reacting, but this was
tariff you and embarrass you.
one of the better performers over the last 12 months in the Magnificent Seven. Can they afford it? Are they basically telling investors to be patient? We have bigger ambitions.
Well, what's transpired in the last 1 week, with the Project Stargate?
That's not even Zucker. Look, I clicked on this thinking I was going to see Zucker talk. There he is.
Hey, everyone.
Here we go.
I want to talk about something important today.
This is what I was looking for. This is exactly what I was looking for.
It's time to get back to our roots around free expression on Facebook and Instagram.
What is this? What is this look that he's got going on here? First and foremost, before we go any further, what is this look that he's currently adopted? I knew a kid like this in high school. I knew a kid not nearly as smart as Mark Zuckerberg, but I knew a kid that was very similar. And what I mean by that is the fact that this kid, he went through many, many identity crises. We all do in high school. We're all trying to find our way in high school. But this kid went from he went through the gamut. He ran them all. He was a nerdy guy at one point. Loved Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. Then he was trying to be a rocker. Then he was a country guy. And then he was trying to get involved with the police force. And he was a firefighter. And then next thing you know, he was a football player or a magician, or because Chris Angel was big back then. He was just he was everything. And you'd be like, what is his phase this month? You know what I mean? And this is very similar to what Zuck's doing. I don't know if he's pandering or if he just doesn't really have his own identity. And I know this guy's probably on the spectrum to some point, to some degree. And I'm not making fun of him for that. But and also he doesn't look human. Yeah, we've discussed this many times. We'll probably watch the video shortly. But we're not going to watch this whole 5-minute. But let's see what he has to say about building social media to give people a voice. Let's see what Zuck has to say about this. This guy's been censoring people for years now.
Building social media to give people a voice. I gave a speech at Georgetown 5 years ago about the importance of protecting free expression, and I still believe this today. But a lot has happened over the last several years. There's been widespread debate about potential harms from online content. Governments and legacy media have pushed to censor more and more.
Do you really trust a man who speaks in that tone? Do you know what I'm talking about? And by that tone, I mean he's kind of trying to softly talk to you, in script, because he's not human. He doesn't know. He's got no social skills. Humans have social skills. He's a robot or a lizard or something. Who knows? But this is his new model. It's kind of like the surfer hair, which he did the surfing thing, already. We all remember that with the white face and the flag. He's got a gold chain, and he's got the shirt with the short sleeve shirt that the sleeves are overly long for short sleeves. So he's going for something here, but everyone sees through it.
A lot of this is clearly political, but there's also a lot of legitimately bad stuff out there. Drugs, terrorism.
He's going for the Julian look from Trailer Park Boys. He just needs a drink in his hand.
Child exploitation. These are things that we take very seriously, and I want to make sure that we handle responsibly. So we built a lot of complex systems to moderate content. But the problem with complex systems is they make mistakes. Even if they accidentally censor just 1% of posts, that's millions of people.
Probably me.
And we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards...
There you have it. He knows daddy's home. He's got to play by Trump rules now, if he's going to stay in the game. You have to kind of adapt. He's kind of smart by it, He's not getting left in the dust. Apparently, this guy didn't even know what he was doing to begin with. Spring Hill Max says, that's Jen Psaki in a wig, changed my mind. No, he changed his own mind. Says, I take that back. It's Elizabeth Holmes in a wig. I didn't have to change your mind. You did yourself. But yeah, good jokes.
Once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
We'll see, Zuck. We'll see about that, bud. Let me see. Remember this one? This is a Hoffcast classic right here. Is this the compilation right here? Yes. Is this the compilation or? Yes, let's do it. Let's roll. And this is whenever Zuck was in his meat smoking phase. And this is a classic. A Hoffcast classic right here.
So I'm looking forward to that. Today we got a brisket on the big guy and some pork ribs on the green egg.
I think he's kind of in love with Joe Rogan a little bit. He was on Joe Rogan recently. I didn't watch it. I saw a couple clips, but I don't watch a lot of Joe Rogan. Not that I have a problem with him. I just think I'm a hypocrite here. I'm a hypocrite 100%, but it's hard for me to sit through a 3.5, 4 hour show, even though I know I do my own 3.5, 4 hour shows. I kind of feel like I have a revolving door in a lot of different subjects, and he just has one guy talking with you for like 4 hours. And I'm just like, I mean, it's not bad. Just send me the clips, send me the best stuff. I'll let other people comb through it. I don't have the time.
Meat like a brisket. I got ribs in there. Finishing off the brisket and the ribs. And I'm just sitting in our backyard, finishing off this brisket and these ribs. But hopefully for Canadian Thanksgiving, you get to eat a lot of brisket. Brisket need to be eaten. I want to try your brisket. Just applied the Sweet Baby Ray's. Yeah. Sweet Baby Ray's. Sweet Baby Ray's. Maybe throw some Sweet Baby Ray's on the ribs and take it from there. She's waiting for her ribs. I mean, she knows what's coming, and the Sweet Baby Ray's.
That was a lizard tongue move right there. Check it out.
And the Sweet Baby Ray's.
Did you see that was a lizard tongue move?
So that's pretty good. Yeah. Who doesn't like ribs? Everyone likes ribs. Everyone likes ribs.
He's just the most relatable guy of all time. He is. He's the most relatable guy ever. God Ministries, what's up, Pop? How you doing, bro? Good to see everyone here tonight. Spring Hill Max says, we still need an explanation for his $20 in swing states. Zuckerbucks. Yeah. He also says, him and Elizabeth Holmes are twins, separated at birth. Changed my mind. If you put up any vid of her, you will see what I mean. She was arrested in that Theranos medical diagnosis machine fraud thing, which someone probably stole because that tech is resurfacing. Let's see what Elizabeth Holmes is. I feel like that's already like, I'm thinking of Katie Holmes. I was like, I don't get the comparison. You know what I'm talking about? All right, yeah, this is weird. Let's check this out. We're going all over the place tonight, but we got so much. Let's see. Fake versus. I'm down to do some deep diving.
Elizabeth Holmes, the convicted fraudster and former CEO of blood testing startup Theranos, often surprised people with her unusually deep voice.
Sure. Over the last 11 years, we've reinvented the traditional laboratory infrastructure. Well, it's wonderful to be here.
Whoa!
I started this company because
those who knew her in
her voice is deeper than Zox.
College, such as
she got bigger.
Stanford professor Phyllis Gardner claimed that Elizabeth Holmes did not have the deep voice back then.
And what about the deep voice? Did she have the deep voice when you were dealing with her?
No, I was shocked when I heard her voice because I didn't met her before. That is a voice you don't forget in a woman. Oh, hello.
So what did her real voice sound like? There are old interviews floating around on the web in which she sounded quite different.
It turned out he had a nub on his elbow, and we talked to our lab team and they said, okay, you can do
the draw. And so they did this, what would have been a finger stick on this little nub on his arm. And
sure. Yeah. Over the last 11 years, we've reinvented the traditional laboratory infrastructure.
In a 2023 interview with the New York Times, shortly before she was due to begin an 11-year sentence for fraud, Elizabeth
Smokies on my tail and my accelerator stuck.
Holmes finally admitted that the voice was fake. The former Silicon Valley CEO
driving a truck with my high heels on. Interesting. Oh, yeah. I don't know what that is. Is it a power move or something, or who knows? It's like when you find out that Gilbert Gottfried's real voice is nothing like my regular voice. Flag, you know? I don't have to try. That's not even an impression. I just said the word. That's just how I say Affleck. Ben Affleck. Anyways, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get into it now. Bosses. Spring Home Max says she's probably just on the spectrum. What, the gender spectrum or hey, there's only 2 genders now. Yeah. There always were. But it's crazy that Trump had to sign a law saying that it's crazy we had to sign a law saying, hey, there's only 2 genders. It's crazy that we had to do that. The society has gotten to a point where they were like, hey, we're getting so insane out here that we got to make a law to get, kind of like wrangle people up a little bit. I don't mean that in a literal sense. Like you know what I mean? That was a wrong thing to say. It was about as bad as my heart goes out to you. But we'll get to that. But it's a way to like reel them back in a little bit to reality. Cognitive dissonance went too far. I love that term, cognitive dissonance. That's what a lot of the liberals, they have that cognitive dissonance where they only see and hear and believe the things that they want to see and hear and believe. And thus, they leave reality out of the equation. So they live in some kind of like a fantasy land. And then whenever reality hits them, that's where the cognitive dissonance comes in, where they either you ask them a question about something and they will not answer it straight up because they don't have an answer for it. They'll just start reiterating and regurgitating stuff that they heard on mainstream media that probably isn't even relevant to what you asked them about. You ask them about left and they'll start telling you about right. You ask them about right, they'll start talking about left. And they will never actually acknowledge because they live in fantasy land. They don't live in reality. And like I hate to see, I talk about it all the time about I love my parents to death, man. I love them to death, but I see it in them so much. Like and they bring it up, they bring it up all the time. I don't want to bring it up. I won. Why should I bring it up? My team won, what am I to be upset about? Like, I'm going to rub it in their faces. Nah, I didn't. Trump will do that well enough. But it's just bizarre when they bring up stuff and then you're just like, the reason why you don't get why the country was red is because you're leaving out facts that you don't want to see or hear. And you're sidestepping them, walking right around them. And then whenever it comes back to bite you in the ass after you stepped around it, you don't even know what hit you. And that's what's going on with liberals, man. And especially now in this day and age where they're now living in Trump's America again. Hell yes, baby. Cheers to that. Sipping on him liberal teas. Tasty. Anyways, this next clip that I'm going to show, this one's Hoffcast gold. This is the kind of stuff that I live for on Hoffcast, and I'm not even kidding. This is the kind of stuff that I live for. I've been excited to show this one for days now. Oh, bosses. If you're watching right now, you'll be glad. You may have already seen this, and that's fine, but we're going to relive the moment. We're going to relive the moment right now. Donald Trump, you know, at the evening of the inauguration, if there wasn't already enough goodness, the Trump cake sword dance is the greatest 1 minute of all time. I love this man. Bosses, hold on a second. I need to top off my drink for this. So the dirty water will be flowing tonight. I already told you all that. Will be flowing heavy. Oh my, oh my. A lot of foot traffic out here. Anyways, bosses, the Trump cake sword dance. It doesn't get any better than this. And I'm going to have to mute it because I believe the YMCA is playing his favorite song in the world. Trump's favorite song. He loves the YMCA. Not a big fan of the gays, but he loves the YMCA. He loves the Village People. It's one thing or another. Are you ready, bosses? Let's go. Look at this. Look at this. Melania is looking great. Vance is looking pretty good. There's his wife. Before we go any further, I guess we got to address the elephant in the room. Come here, bud. Come here. All right. Well, bosses. Check this out real quick here. I'm gonna stop sharing the screen. We'll be right back to this. This is I don't know if this is temporary or long term, but a new buddy of mine here. Check this guy out. I don't know if it's a guy or girl. He's got a sweet mustache though. And this is the first cat that I've held in decades because I'm allergic to cats. I'm very allergic to cats, but for some reason I'm not allergic to this cat. This cat just made its way into my home one night. He was outside my window. And I was like, I want to get a picture of this cat. And he runs in. And he doesn't do anything. I think he's kind of old. He doesn't tear anything up. And he's pretty chill. So I don't know if I'm going to rehome him or if he's going to stick around and just be kind of like, I don't want ownership of this cat, really. Like, you know, I set him outside whenever I go somewhere. And he keeps coming back. This is the fourth night in a row he's been back. But yeah, I think I named him Mario because of his mustache, if it is a dude. If not, then I don't know. I don't know. But he's I mean, some people have compared him to Hitler, which we'll make other comparisons of that tonight. But yeah. This is the first time I've handled a cat in like 20 years, and it's wild. It just seems surreal. But yeah, he's cool. He just chills. He drinks a lot of water and likes the heating vents because it's so cold. But anyways, let's get back to it. Let's get right back into it. Sorry for that, bosses. He just kind of jumped up. He loves my lap. Loves my lap. All right, here we go. The Trump sword dance. Gotta mute it. Gotta mute it. Look at this. Look at this. This is what we voted for. This is what we voted for. The showmanship. There it is. Look at that. Young man. YMCA. And dude, it's got a big rocket ship. Or it's not a rocket ship. It's an airplane with an American flag. It's got to say Trump on there somewhere, right? It's got to be Air Force One. How many Air Force Ones are there? It's got to be Air Force 12. Apollo. And it's got Space Force logo up there. I gotta figure out what all these seals are. I think that's a Marine. Something like that. But anyways, wow. This is amazing. It's so much better with the music. Just a touch of it there. Right, Spring Hill Mac. YouTube does zero investigation on claims. I don't know. I disagree with. There it is. Look at him. Look at that, man. This is what we voted for. If you don't get it, you don't get it. This is what we voted for. An orange man with a saber dancing to YMCA, cutting a cake of Air Force One. This is what we voted for. If you don't like it, go cry about it. We're out here having fun. I'm sorry. There's always room on the Trump train for more, though. Always room on the Trump train. But if you don't get it, then you just don't get it. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're missing out on the good times, because it really doesn't get any better than when the leader of your country is doing this. It just doesn't. It makes you feel good about things. It makes you feel good about the future. Look, that's what you want to see. He's having fun with it. He's having a good time. He's a person. He's not a robot. He's not an NPC. He's not a DEI hire. He's loving it. He's like, yeah, let him revel in it. That's what we voted for. Again, look at this guy. He's like, look at it. Look, they're trying. All of the military is trying to keep a straight face. And they're like, yeah, this is what they voted for, huh? Better than Kamala Harris, you know? And this lady, you know, let's be honest with you. She probably, who knows how she got her. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm kidding, bosses. I'm kidding. Spring Hill Max says, have some Benadryl handy just in case. This cat slept on my chest last night. So I think I'm going to be okay. I think I'll be okay. He's in my lap right now. I think he's too old to put out the dander or whatever I'm allergic to. I think he's too old. He's old. His eye infection's looking a lot better, but he's kind of twitchy and he can't jump very high. Like, you know, cats can jump pretty high, but this cat, yeah, he can't. He struggles with it. And his claw, you know, he's weak. So I kind of feel bad for him. It's cold out there. It's freezing. There we go. There we go. Right there. I wouldn't feel like if it was a Hoffcast episode without this. Welcome, Cash Ford. Welcome. Hello from scenic Gary, Indiana. We love Gary, Indiana here at Hoffcast. It's a beautiful place, and I hope to visit there one day. Do you know what place that no presidential candidate ever visits? Gary, Indiana. Why didn't Kamala go to Gary, Indiana if she cared so much about, you know, the culture? Why didn't Kamala go there? Imagine if Tim Walz went to Gary, Indiana. That white fluff marshmallow Michelin man. Oh, hey, Tim Walz here, funnel cakes. Marching into Gary, Indiana, talking to he wouldn't last 2 blocks. The 12-year-olds would get him. For crying out loud, the 12-year-olds would get him. There's 12-year-olds in Gary, Indiana that got more more records. What I'm talking about. I'm trying to say this in a way I can say on. They got more people that they've, you know, banged than the majority of Columbus. They don't care out there. It's crazy. Look at that. Cash Force says we had Trump here once at Gary, Indiana. That's crazy. Trump will go there. Did Kamala ever go? I don't think so. I never heard about it. Biden, he'd just be like, hey, that's where Corn Pop lives. I'm not going to Gary, Indiana. He's just having fun with it. Let him go. Let him go. I'm having fun with it too, man. Look at that. Look at him. I was ready for the golf swing. I'm surprised he didn't use the saber like a golf club. You know, he started throwing that into the YMCA dance, and that's when you knew, like during his rallies, he added a couple moves. One of the to the dance. one of the moves was the golf swing. And once he started doing the golf swing, you knew he had it in the bag. You knew he had it in the bag. Oh, Cash Ford says a USA pageant. That makes sense. There's no allegations against Trump about pageantry. Or are you talking about Kamala? One more time. It's absolutely amazing. I think he was like, hey, Vance, you want to get in on this? You want to get in on the dance? Watch him. Yeah, look, he's like, yeah, do it. Vance, why didn't you get in with it? He's like, Vance, do the dance with me. And Vance is like too embarrassed. He's like, no, my wife's here. The whole world's watching. Vance has no clue. He's just, Vance, he wanted you to dance with him with the sword. You're going to lose your position as vice president if you don't Trump dance with a saber at the inauguration. That's like an insult to the man. You dance with them and you cling the swords. You ding, ding over the cake, a little ding, ding, ding. You have a fake sword fight. Mamushka, that's what you do with Trump. If you get that reference, I love you. Mamushka. I bet his wife knows Mamushka. Anyways, just Hoffcast gold right there, bosses. I love it. I love it. I mean, would it have been a little gay if they sword fight it? I don't know. I mean, that's up to you to decide. I don't claim those things one way or another. Some people claim sword fighting is one thing or another, but just have a little ding, 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 up there above the cake, and then they come down and cut the cake together. And I mean, that's the only thing that could have made it any better. But JD Vance, I don't know, man. You're gonna lose it. He's not gonna ask you to come back for the next inauguration as dictator if you don't sword fight with him at the cake. Man, imagine you're vice president of the United States. You're standing there at the inauguration. It's the biggest cake you've ever seen in your life. You could probably eat the plane. The plane's probably edible. There's probably little people in there you can take out and eat. You can eat the pilot. But and you're standing there and you're JD Vance and you got your Indian wife next to you. And you don't have your dot on tonight. You decided not to wear the dot to the inauguration or the gown. Smart move, by the way. But you're JD Vance and the president comes at you with a saber and he points at your feet and he's like, get your feet moving. We're partying here. We won. It's official now. And you don't have the cojones to dance with them and sword fight with them a little bit, put on a little stage show, ding, ding, ding. You could go back and forth with a little bit. You could say, Trump could say to Vance, he'd be like, Luke, I'm your father. He could do something like that. I mean, it was great as is, but I'm just spitballing here. If I was Vance, I would have reveled in the opportunity to have this sword fight with Trump and a little dance with him, Yeah, Spring Hill Max says, the ceremonial guards are trying to keep a straight face. They're like the British guards, royal guards. You got to keep that face. Cash Force says, never cross the swords. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it would have been homoerotic or not. You know what I mean? I have no idea. It's not up for me to decide. I don't think it would have been, personally. I don't think there would have been anything gay about it. And even if there was, I wouldn't have a problem with it. So whatever, man. Well, I don't think the difference being here, I don't think that Trump is leaving Melania or JD Vance is leaving his his Indian rosé there. I You do hear rumors though recently. Let's check this out real quick here. Let's check this out. What is all this about? Heard about this? We'll get back to the inauguration in a minute. We got so much to do tonight, bosses. I want to thank you all for being here. I just crossed one thing off the list. What is going on here? Speaking of politicians leaving their husbands, it looks like Barack Obama is leaving his husband. Why? Big Mike. I don't know if this is true or not. Look at this. Obama cheered while dining alone at DC restaurant as wild, unfounded. I got those ads on there. Jennifer. So, like, they're saying basically that for like 6 months now, maybe, that Barack Obama has been, he's been with Jennifer Aniston. I even said that like Obama for some reason. They've been saying that I've left Mike, and I have not left Mike. I love Mike very much. They said I'm with Jennifer Aniston. I'm not. Ad blocker detected. Yes, I got an ad blocker. They don't like me. They don't like me at all. We go through this every week with these websites. But what do you think, bosses? And tell me in the chat right now, do you think there's any chance that Barack Obama could be leaving Big Mike, his husband Big Mike, for Jennifer Aniston? Jennifer Aniston. The rumors of me and Jennifer Aniston are simply not true. I still love Michelle very much. You saw that picture of us at dinner where we were sitting way across the table from each other and barely holding hands. I was not thinking about Jennifer Aniston the entire time. I promise. I promise. That's right. Spring Hill Max says they sure like pushing conspiracy theories while calling everyone conspiracy theorists. Man, the whole conspiracy theorist thing, like it's like they tried to use that term. The CIA, I believe, tried to coin that term as a derogatory term for people like me and most likely people like you in the audience right now, in order to discredit people who could detect the truth outside of the mainstream narrative. And thus, when you say someone's a conspiracy theorist, you think of them, they're crazy. You know, they do their own research, for crying out loud. They're insane. They don't just believe everything as is. They are crazy people. You can't trust a conspiracy theorist. You can't, because, you know, they're spreading misinformation out there. Cash Ford says, I'd leave my wife for Courtney Cox maybe 20 years ago. Anyways, all right, bosses, we're gonna get into some more goodness tonight here. I just don't know. I don't really care about the whole. I think it would be funny if Barack Obama left Big Mike for Jennifer Aniston. I think it would be funny. They could do a Friends reunion show, and Barack could be the first black guy on the show or first Hawaiian guy on the show, depending on whatever you believe in, you know. And so he could take Chandler's place, you know. Matthew Perry's not coming back. He could be the new Chandler Bing, Chandler Obama, Barack Bing. I'm trying to find a good one here, you know. But he could be on the new. They could just put him right in. It'd be like every other show where they just replace it with a black guy. Allegedly, I'm kidding, bosses. I told you we were gonna have fun tonight. Let's see here. Oh, Cash Force says I'm 60. Well, still, Courtney Cox 20. Well, I'm not going to judge it, but I think Courtney Cox now is better. All right. Anyways. Let's see here. Institute of Silly Confabulations says supposedly Jen Pax 1-2. Talking about Jen Psaki. Yeah, dude, I've talked about Jen Psaki before on the show about how she used to have there are pictures and videos. I think I've shown them on here where she had some big melons, and I don't know what happened to those things. They're gone now. They're completely gone. And I don't think they were ever real to begin with. I think they were padding and stuffing in order to make her perhaps look or him look a little bit more feminine. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think the knockers were ever real to begin with. We're getting deep tonight, bosses. We're getting real deep, and I like it. I think I might have had a cat pee on me. We'll see. I think that's what that is. I don't remember spilling my drink. This is what I get for being a nice guy. Anyways, the show will go on. That's why I put him outside for 4 hours. I'm like, go do your pissing out there, bud. Anyways, he's still a nice cat. He's still welcome here. He's not torn anything up. Yes, I want to thank you all again for being here. Again, if you haven't hit the thumbs up button for me, please do so. It means a lot to me. Really. I always like seeing the numbers on that. I'm always really happy with them because you guys do a really good job at just, giving me not even a monetary tip, but you just tap that thumb, and I'm like, man, that's real nice of you to do that, and I appreciate it. So yeah. Then they were talking about not just Obama and Aniston, but not just that, but who else? Kamala and her husband might be splitting up. You know what I mean? And I'm seeing if they're just everyone's abandoning the liberal party, they're like, hey, the charade's over. Let's just go our separate ways instead of pretending that we're together. And I don't know, Bill and Hillary, they haven't probably slept in the same bed since 1992, maybe 89, who knows? But they still put on the act. You never see them together hardly unless there's balloons around. But but it's just weird the way that these liberals stick with their spouses. Or at least they seem to, but you don't imagine there's much love behind the scenes there. Spring Hill Max says it's the cat distribution system in action. That's what I've heard. Telling my friends and coworkers about this cat that just happened to come into my life. They're like, "Do you believe in reincarnation?" I'm like, "I don't know, not particularly. It might be someone you know." I'm like, "I don't know about that." These are the same people who believe in astrology, horoscopes. I'm not big into that sort of thing. I just think this cat was cold and wanted to come in, but the Institute says no. Jim Pax won in her pants. No, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. They gave her the breasts. They gave her the fake breasts in order to make her to take your eyes off the junk down below. I will not tolerate the male gaze. I'm not here for you to look at. Cash Ford says, I heard Hillary sleeps in the same room with her best friend, supposedly. She doesn't like sleeping alone. Well, who's her best friend? Monica Lewinsky? Spring Hill Max says, that is the cat distribution system. Nothing to do with reincarnation. Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, he's coming back through now. I think you peed on me, bud, but it's okay. It's okay. Even though that's why I let you out earlier. He's just going to get more water because he just used it all. But hey, it's all right. But they were saying, like, with the reincarnation thing with the cat, I don't know. They were like, hey, this cat was meant to be around you. I'm like, this is before I'd even touched the thing. I was just like, yeah, I know it's like -4 outside, and this cat's meowing outside my door. I feel inhumane. Is that the right term? Leaving it out there to just freeze, because I don't even want to be out there for like 2 minutes. So I let the cat in. I'm like, if you don't scratch anything up or tear up anything, you can stick around. And he's done that. He's done that thus far. I think he's too old to do any damage, to be honest with you. I think he's too old. I don't know how old he is. He's not like ancient, but he's not a young cat by any means. And yeah, he's a thirsty ass cat. I'll give him that. It's no wonder. But anyways, now I do have an excuse whenever I do actually pee my pants. I can be like, cat peed on me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I swear. It was the cat. And get away with it now. I have to make excuses. Tony, what's up? Tony says horoscopes are real. That's your horoscope for today. That's your horoscope for today. You know what I'm talking about. Virgo. All Virgos are extremely friendly and intelligent, except for you. Expect a big surprise today when you wind up with your head impaled upon a stick. That's your horoscope for today if you're a Virgo. Cash Ford says, get a box. Yeah, I need if this cat's sticking around, yeah, I need to get a litter box for sure. I mean, I didn't expect this at all. I didn't want the cat. It's just happened. It's just happened this way. I didn't say, hey, cat, come in here. I didn't even want it in my home. But it's evolved this way, and now I got like 2 Pokemon. I got a dog and a cat. I'm not trying to catch them all out here, man. I'm not trying to be Ace Ventura, with a bunch of animals in my house. It's not what I'm trying to do. But the cat, it seems to be well behaved enough. It can stick around if it wants. Oh yeah, absolutely, Institute. Yeah, animals are the best, bro. I think we were talking about that last week. About how I like my dog more than I like a lot of people. I mean, I'm sorry to say that. I mean, I can't love everybody, but I do love my dog. I try to love people as much as I can, but you know what I mean? Like, I really love my dog more than anything on the planet. So you come second after that. You know what I mean? Spring Hill says, just make sure they have a cheap scratcher near the litter box they scratch after using to kind of wash their hands. Well, I appreciate the advice there, the cat advice, because I don't know nothing about cats. I don't know nothing about cats. I have a husky. My dogs have husky, and they're kind of like a cat in a dog body, from what I hear. But yeah, I just handle that cat, and I mean, besides the pee, like there's no allergies. I can breathe just fine. My hands aren't itchy. This is bizarre. It's so wild. I was petting a cat earlier, and I was like, this is wild. I never thought I'd be able to pet a cat again the rest of my life. So it was a wild experience. It was kind of surreal because like normally I can't even be in the same room with one. So I don't know. Meant to be, I guess. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. But that's some personal Hoff story time there. We'll get back into current events, theories, and the insanity of the world. Am I still looking okay, or is it just my internet? Am I dipping out there a little bit? Quality. Yeah, it looks like the quality dipped out there just a hair. Let me at least according to my realm. Let me see. Let's reload it here. Might have just been on my end. We'll see. But I want the rest of the show to be good quality. So, I'm not trying to give you guys some bad quality around here. Yeah, it looks like a little fuzzy to me. Yeah, pixelating. Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back. All right. Hopefully this is a little bit better. Let's find out here. Let's find out if this is any better here. Still a little pixelated. Wonder what's going on. It's like an internet issue, but let's see. No, but we're clearing up. We're clearing up. Maybe. Yep. There we go. Cool. Maybe. Hopefully. Let me know in the chat how it's looking. I'm having issues on mine. Looks like. Yeah, let's see if this clears up soon here. Let me unplug this down here. This might help. Unplug devices. See if that helps at all. Because this show's too important to not have good quality. So I'm gonna wait until this thing looks good. Yep. Okay, so let's see here. Dang you, Spectrum. We're gonna back out one more time, and I'll see you in just a second. We'll try this one more. All right. We'll give it a moment here. I want to thank you all for being here, by the way. I want to thank you for being here. Oh, yeah, that's way better now. Cool. Oh, yeah, looks good now, at least on my end. Cool. Looks like we can keep rolling. Nope, it's stop a little bit. Why is it doing this to me? Okay. Leveling out. Hey, just let me know in the chat because I'm not going to keep an eye on this, but let me know if it's like too bad. Like if it gets really bad, If it gets like super pixelated, just put it in the chat because I'm not going to be paying attention to my my thing here. But that looks much better. Cool. Thank you for being patient with me there. I've been priding myself on the quality of this show recently, and I don't want to let it dip. I got a standard I'm trying to live by at this point. You know what I mean? And yeah, it looks like we're back to normal. Maybe just a little hiccup in the internet because I have Spectrum. Spectrum, go screw yourself. But let's see. Let's see. Cash Ford says you seriously need a cat box. If it pees in your house, you'll never get rid of that smell. I mean, I pee in my house, and I can't get rid of that smell either. So it's fair game. I appreciate all the cat stuff in here. I appreciate you. Big Bud says we have 2 baby cats outside, Freddie and Mercury. Nice. They brought us a half dead mouse yesterday. I did have a cat when I was young, when I was like 5 years old, and it was an outdoor cat, and it would leave dead mice outside all the time. I'm kind of hoping that this cat earns its rent a little bit here. If I got a bug in here, like a spider, do cats eat spiders and bugs and stuff? Because like if so, then that's cool. Like I'll take a cat any day, man, as long as I'm not allergic. Yeah, eat bugs. I don't have any mice. It's weird, I'm surprised that I've never seen a mouse in this area ever. I've been here like 5 years, never seen a mouse. I know why, actually, because all the dang cats outside. Of course, that's why I've never seen a mouse. Duh. I mean, there's so many stray cats out there. No wonder. This one just seemed to happen to like me a lot, though. All right, cool. We're still killing it here on the quality. I'm loving that. They chase and eat house crabs. What's a house crab? I don't think I have crabs at all, let alone house crabs. House crabs. Is that something that, I don't know, man. Crabs aren't an issue where I live in Columbus, Ohio. Tony said, "Yep, cats kill bugs and spiders." Good. So why, people are like, spiders are good because, they kill mosquitoes and stuff. Now, well, hey, why do you need a mosquito? Why do you need a spider? Get a cat, have the cat do it, I guess. My dog Kira, she chases flies and butterflies all the time, but she never catches them. She'll go after bees. I'm like, don't go after the bee. You don't want to eat the bee. That's a spicy fly you don't want. Very spicy fly. Yeah, that's right. Big Bud says house crab sounds like an English venereal disease. I agree. Specifically English. It was like house, like, are you talking about like the guy who plays House? What's that guy's name? Hugh Laurie or something like that? Why are so many people named Hugh in in Britain or English? Not a lot of Hughes. Or even Australian, I guess. Hugh Jackman, isn't he Australian? Tony, you should know this. Tony, that's right. Not the bees. Yeah, luckily Kira's never been fast enough to get a bee, but hey, she tries. I'm like, no, it's a spicy fly. You don't want it. All right, bosses. Now let's get into some more stuff here. Have you seen this one, bosses? Let's check this out. This is crazy stuff out here. Let me see if I can find it first. Like, I mean, things are getting wild out here, bosses. Wild. So there's a theory that oh yeah, let's check this out. While we're on the subject of all of this, why not? Look at this. People are saying, like, if you're familiar, which I didn't even know how to find a QAnon post. I always heard what QAnon was saying and doing and whatnot, and what the QAnon crowd were doing. But I didn't even know that. I was like going to like QAnon.com. I'm like, where can I find this stuff? I don't know. I just hear about it through like hearsay. So I never knew, like, how do you find a Q post? No idea. I'm not on 4chan, No idea how you find a Q post. But now there's this rumor swirling, this conspiracy theory swirling. I guess that's what you want to call it. Or like a truther theory, I guess. Which I don't know, man. I was never a QAnon guy. Never was. I was into QAnon because I liked hearing their theories. I thought, man, I thought I was crazy for the things that I thought, but these people are on another level. They think that Michael Jackson's going to drive down the street, and save them all from who knows what. I don't know it. I don't get I don't get the whole thing. I wanted to be honest with you. I feel like if I were a weaker man, or if I had just been given more opportunity to see the QAnon stuff, I could have been that guy at January 6th wearing the horns. I could have been that guy. It could have just as easily been me if he wasn't an actor, which some people say that Jacob Chansley is an actor. I don't know. But it could have just as easily been me. I could have got into the rabbit hole just as deep. I don't know if there's any chance that I could ever believe that Michael Jackson or JFK JFK Jr. are going to drive down the street and save us all from nothing. But I liked the attitude that those people had back then. I really enjoyed the attitude of it. I liked the camaraderie. And the fact that they weren't really burning anything down or destroying property. They were just like, there's a point when I remember they were just like kind of lined up on a street, just waiting for Michael Jackson and JFK Jr. And they weren't hurting anybody. I mean, they were just there and waiting on nothing. And can you imagine they're all sticking it out. They're sticking it out because they don't want to be the first one to walk away and be like, I'm not a believer. You know what I mean? And they'd be ostracized from the QAnon community. When you're there on the sidewalk, on the street, waiting for JFK Jr. and Michael Jackson, you don't want to be the first one to go. It's like that. It's like whenever they have those competitions where, like, if you put your hand on a car, the last person, I think I saw it in a TV show, like the last person to have their hand on the car wins the car. It's like that. You don't want to be you don't want to be the last person there either. You don't want to be the last person, you don't want to be the first person who leaves a QAnon rally, and you don't want to be the last person who leaves a QAnon rally. Because you're the last person, you're like, oh geez, am I really the deepest? Am I really the craziest of them all? So you kind of want to, if you are in a QAnon rally or like a, one of those things that people do, you want to monitor the situation a little bit. You want to see, hey, who's starting to leave? You want to monitor the crowd, see what the size of the crowd is. It gets about halfway, you dip. You don't tell anybody. You just dip out and you be like, I was never there. I saw you on the news. You're holding a sign saying, I love MJ, saying smooth criminal. And that wasn't me. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. Not a QAnon person. There he is. I've been waiting for him. Tristan Meekum, what's up, bro? How you doing? I once told a woman in Thailand that Michael Jackson stole my car. And what did she think about that? What did the Thai lady think, Tristan? Did she believe you? Was she a QAnon? What does Thailand know about QAnon? Spring Hill Max says, where is this? I find it fascinating. The Q drop page shut down with 0 updates on November 6th, 2020. So yeah, total BS. It's like Blue Anon. Act Blue Anon, just like the Lincoln Project, is a cover for Antifa. I love this stuff. I love you guys. I love the comments. Spring Hill Mac also says Patriot Front and Lincoln Project are staffed by the same people. They didn't even bother to switch out the khakis. Unbelievable. Tristan, with a follow-up to the Thai woman that he told Michael Jackson stole his car, said she thought I did not know how to speak Thai, but I knew what I was saying. Okay, well, this brings a whole new element to the story. Man, imagine a Thai person who's just like super MAGA and super QAnon. It would be hilarious. Yeah, Donald Trump. That's more Asian. That's kind of the same, right, though? Yeah, we love Donald Trump. We love Donald Trump very much. Don't steal our robots. Don't steal our food service robot. Anyways. Back to the subject at hand. The new theory going around is that Melania is Q from QAnon. I also said that I've been reading some comments. People say other people are QAnon. But what is going on here? Let's take a look at this. Swords. We were talking about the swords earlier. Melania's Z dress. What is it? Zorro? Yep. Z for Zorro. V for Vendetta. Is there a Q? Look at this. Look at this. Madness. Melania's clothing, there's always like people are always looking for like some kind of hidden message in Melania's clothing. The one time the message wasn't even hidden. She just said something like, I don't care anymore. It was just a jacket she was wearing. It just said on the bag, it said, I don't care anymore or something like that. Yeah, it seems like you do. Seems like you do, Melania. But there, you got the smooth criminal look right here from the inauguration. As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, here come the conspiracy theories. And sure enough, here we are right now. And people are saying that Melania, while you got, Obama and Big Mike, divorcing, we got Melania's QAnon, allegedly. Look at that. I don't know. I don't see the comparison there. Besides the hat, it's not even the same hat. She's way more Michael Jackson than this Guy Fawkes That was my nickname in college, Guy Fox. That guy, you know. Oh, there's Elon, JD Vance. There's Barron Trump, which people claim is a time traveler. He's a tall bastard. I don't think that cat peed on me. I think I've just been spilling beer on me because I got another spot here right now and that cat's not touched me for a minute. I think I've just been real liberal for once in my life with this glass. The only thing I'm liberal with is my dirty water. All right, bosses? Cheers to that. My liberal tears I drink. What is this going on here? Jimmy Carter's funeral. Look at her. She looks distraught. I don't know what kind of music that is. Dang. What if there's way more to Melania than we do think? That I'm not saying she's QAnon, but the way she dresses and stuff, and I feel like there's something to her. Like she's got to be in deep with something, right? Has to. And then the fact they didn't really they didn't kiss at the inauguration, you know? Well, let's bring this back up here. Did I lose it all? Tony says Melania is the new Carmen Sandiego. That is way more appropriate of a comparison, in my opinion. Let's bring this back up here. Definitely more Carmen Sandiego. Where in the world is Melania Trump? Spring Hill says it's more of a gunslinger hat, which is perfect. She looks like a total badass in it. I agree. I mean, she's hot no matter what. It's just a odd choice because you would think that you know, she would wear like a gown or a very fancy dress, or you know, and be like they have at the Met Gala, you know, Jared Leto carrying his own head, something like that. No, not really. I mean, I'm surprised. It's something she could have done, but you expect more flash, you know, some jewelry, some diamonds, her hair to be all done up. No, it's none of that. It's more like oh, Annie, are you okay? Can you tell me, are you okay, Annie? Melania, are you okay? You know what I'm saying? She looks like she's about to moonwalk. But yeah, I think there's more to Melania than meets the eye. I mean, of course, I've never seen her naked, but oh, Jamona. Interesting. Melania looks down. Her black hat and collar make a cue. I don't see it. I don't see that. Melania giving Q vibes. Look at all this. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, look at that. That's a good one right there. Mortal Kombat. Round one, fight. Round one, fight. You know I'm good at that. Come on. Oh, here comes the gematria. Where they start doing the numbers with it. I don't even know. Dude, I looked into gematria for a minute and I found it really interesting for like 2 weeks. And then, dude, I'm not trying to talk crap about anybody if you're into gematria or whatever, but I studied it and watched videos on it for about 2 weeks. And then after 2 weeks, I'm like, this is kind of bull crap. I've never seen more reaching I've never seen more reaching in my life. Look, bosses, I'm a conspiracy theorist. We were talking about this. And I go deep. Way deeper than I portray on this show here because, you know, we're on YouTube, obviously. You gotta pick your battles, you know? And but I try to give hints out here, and I try to like make the medicine go down with a spoonful of sugar. That way it tastes a little better when I talk about these things. But some of this stuff is just like this gematria and the QAnon. It's just like you gotta draw a line somewhere. You know, you gotta stay in reality a little bit, or else you're just the same as a liberal with the cognitive dissonance. You know, you can't let all the demons in all at once, in my opinion. And you gotta have a little tact. And I don't know about I need way more information or validation that this is something even close to being something true. But let's check. Dude, what about this? Dude, check this out. I like this theory way better. Way better. Look at this one. Oh, let's go back to it. I like this one. Look at this. No, Melania is not Q. She was channeling Princess Diana. Whoa, look at this. That's crazy. I don't know if that's true. I mean, that's closer. That's way closer than the guy from V from Vendetta. By the way, I heard Princess Diana was... Oh, crap. I think you can still hear me. I'll be right back here. Then camera's having problems again. I think Princess Diana was the hoe. Where is it? I'll be right back. Oh yeah, Princess Diana. Yeah, she was probably getting around. We've talked about this before on Hoffcast. The horse trainer, you know. So who knows, bosses? Who knows? What I do know is I believe this is a good point to take a quick intermission. That way I can refresh and get back to the second half of the show where we'll be discussing some big stuff. Of course, Elon Musk. We're talking about speaking of like the JFK, you know, talking about the files, and we're gonna have some fun with some more videos. So make sure you stick around. I'm trying to find a good video here for maybe for just a short like 2-minute intermission. You know, let me see what we got going on here. I just show the Willem Dafoe video again. Oh yeah, okay. Let's watch this one. This is just gonna be background noise, just for a moment here. I love this guy, and by love I mean I think he looks hilarious, but I can't stand a word that he ever says. This is probably the wokest, fakest, most brainwashed person in the world. I've seen this guy a million times. I couldn't tell you his name. I could not give you this guy's name if you held a gun to my head right now. But I've seen him a million times, and I'm just like, he's just like he's like the woke Don King. That's when I start calling him woke Don King. But I'm sorry to make you suffer with this for just a moment. We'll be right back to the show, and hopefully everything will be going smooth out there from here on out. But yeah, because we still have a lot to go through, and maybe have some people on. I know it's a late night show. Late night Hoffcast, late night conspiracy, late night fun, but we're doing it, bosses. And yeah, we'll be right back here.
Specifically this week, some have described it as a shock and awe campaign, which might be what it is. I guess the danger is in covering Trump 2.0. How do we deal with this? Because these things have real implications. Everything Joyce just described, people are affected by this. This is not an abstraction.
We tried to tell y'all. I mean, Ali, I wrote specifically about this issue, what he was going to do to the Department of Justice. this multiple times during the election cycle because, as you pointed out in your open, this was all written down. So I don't like the shock and awe version of this, because if you've been paying attention, they wrote it down. They told you exactly what they were going to do and exactly how you were going to do it. And a majority of white people voted for this. This is the disgusting version of America that people want. And oh, by the way, eggs are still more expensive. So you didn't even get that. Great job, white folks. In terms of how we cover it as a media or as a media group, right? We have to stop acting like any of these things have any basis in reality, right? Your earlier segment about birthright citizenship is a perfect example of how you should cover it. There is no question about whether or not birthright citizenship is constitutional. It just is, right? There is no question about whether or not the Civil Rights Act should apply. It just does. And every time the media tries to sane wash Trump, whitewash Trump, explain Trump, defend Trump, what they're doing is muddying the waters on these issues that we have already decided, right? And I'm not saying that there's not a place for nuance. I actually wrote in The Nation about how if Trump wants to end DEI programs, that's legal. DEI is a policy. DEI is a policy invented by white folks to try to stop other white folks from being racist. If they want to end the policy,
I don't think I muted that. So sorry if you could hear me using the restroom. I don't think you did. I shut the door. But look at this, bosses. Already in our first week. Welcome back, by the way. Already in our first week with Trump as president. So many good things happening. And these people are doing a lot of mental gymnastics. And it's hard to do when you got a big white fro like that. It's hard to jump through hoops without knocking them down. But that's exactly what's going on here with these people. And they're really, it's sad. Going back to cognitive dissonance and everything, it's sad that these people are just like concocting weird narratives in their mind. They've been doing it for years. That's why their realities make no sense at all. Period. But it's wild that anyone still tunes in to watch or listen to these people. I only do just to make fun of them, you know. That's the only reason I'm watching this right now. I'm not looking for any kind of wisdom or information or something I can use from this Q-tip over here. But what I am looking for is a little bit of humor and laughing at just how insane people can be. And that's what we do here at Hoffcast. This is the whole point of the show. And going back to my parents earlier, I was saying my mom was bringing stuff up about like, Trump only made 2 genders. I said, yeah, that's right. There's only 2 genders. She goes, well, he's taking away some people, like trans people's civil rights. I said, what? She's like, yeah, they can't be on a passport anymore. I was like, Mom, they need to just swallow their pride for a second. Swallow their pride for a second and write down M or F. It does. Okay. Does that letter really define them? That's on their passport. They can play ball for just a second, put down M or F. All right. I'm not a mother, you know. I'm talking male or female. They can do that. They can swallow their pride for just a second and do that. And they can still have the same rights as everyone else. It's the fact that my mom said, well, they're losing their civil rights. I said, well, what civil rights are they losing besides the ones that they don't even have when they go outside the country? Because they're not the civil rights anymore. If they're outside the country or using a passport, you're playing by other countries' rules now. Well, then so when she went into the whole, well, Trump made DEI illegal, I said, good. She said, why? I said, because what DEI was hiring people. My mom plays dumb sometimes. I said, they're hiring people to basically based on the color of skin. That's why you get a lot of unqualified people running things nowadays and why things have gotten so crappy in the world. I said, I don't care if a trans person or a gay person or a black person or a white person or a purple person. The hell with purple people. I'm quoting Mitch Hedberg. But I don't care who you are. If you're the best for the job, go for it. But nobody gets special treatment just because of the way you look. And that's what's called privilege. That's exactly what they've been blaming Whitey for this whole time. White privilege. Well, now you've got the privilege because all these people are getting jobs based on the color of their skin and not the content of their character. It's weird how we've gone full circle right there. And they're so stupid they can't even see it. They don't want equality. They want special treatment. And I'm not the first to say it, and I won't be the last, but thank goodness this stuff is dying, bosses. Thank goodness. It's as Trump has been saying, man, like if this didn't happen, if he wasn't elected president, who knows where this could have went with like Kamala and stuff. Like it could have been bad. It just would have never stopped, you know? And that's a scary thought. All right. Anyways, I don't really want to see much more of this guy. We got so much more to talk about. But that was something I did want to discuss for sure. Was that tonight on the show? Let me check the quality again real quick here. I feel like it's dipping out again. Let me know in the comments how it looks on your end. I feel like it's dipping out again on me. It's unfair. It's unfair to Hoff here. Nope, we're still looking good. Okay. All right. Maybe slightly blurry, but not bad. Okay, cool. Spring Hill Max says, you said it succinctly and calmly. I just start screaming at the TV when they continue with the BS. I do too, though. Just because I'm not screaming at it right now doesn't mean I don't. I scream at my laptop where I do my research. I don't. That's when oh my gosh, if I see that, what the best part of Trump being elected is? I don't know who's his new press secretary. Is it going to get that hot Kayleigh McEnany back in there, or what's going to happen? But I cannot stand that Karine Jean-Pierre. I couldn't stand the way she talked. All of them. I've discussed this before on Hoffcast about. I don't understand why these people these liberal people and you see them on the very liberal people are trying to make a point on something, or like on The View or TikTok or Kamala Harris or Karine Jean-Pierre. They all have like they're this mouth thing that they do. Final briefing.
A point of personal privilege here. Today is.
Do you hear that? I didn't even have to play 2 seconds of it. Their mouths click when they talk. I don't know if it's a lack of spit or too much cocaine in the White House. The only time my mouth has ever, never mind, allegedly, they speak like they're on something. And it's like, I understand that you want to enunciate and pronunciate words and everything like that, but like the way they all do it, it's like they talk to you and they talk to you like soft, and you can hear every little clicking sound. And I can't stand that, dude. I can't stand people's voices. I don't even want to do it to you guys. I don't like to speak like that because I think it's disgusting.
The 537th briefing of the Biden-Harris administration. This is my 306th briefing and the final briefing of the administration.
Got too much rug on her tongue.
Before I get to all your questions, I just want to say a few things and also just give out
rug
a few
munching. Never mind. What am I doing with my life, bosses? Yeah, Spring Hill says she was so insufferable in the constant blinking and stuttering drove me nuts. It's just what you do when you lie, though. A lot of blinking and stuttering. That's like an easy tell of a liar. Or like this move, you touch your nose, that can mean one of two things. You're lying or you're on cocaine. And they did, it could be both for them. It could be all of the above. All right, so we finally made a dent on some of this stuff here tonight, bosses. Of course, you've seen the thumbnail. We're not getting to that yet. That's going to be the main attraction for tonight. the thumbnail is going to be the main attraction, so we're going to hold off on that for a little bit. What I did want to show is what I wanted to talk about. Let's check this one out quickly, actually. Quickly. Because I have a little bit to say on this as well. There's another conspiracy theory going around, bosses. And I haven't followed up on this until just now. Well, here, let me see. So some people are saying that John McAfee is still alive. I don't know. He had that tattoo that said "whacked with money." Said when Spain found out John McAfee faked his death and escaped through an elephant's butt. Look at this, and this ties back into Melania. Yeah, President Trump does sword dance. Melania dresses like V for Vendetta. Putin wants Fauci extradited for crimes against humanity. John McAfee's account started posting again on X. This has been a crazy week. Yeah, this is how I'm feeling. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is me all week waiting for Hoffcast. Me, Michael Jackson. There you go. This has been a crazy show tonight, bosses. Cheers. I don't have the answers to any of this. I am simply Michael Jackson watching, you know? I don't know what's going on. I don't know if there's any truth to any of this stuff, you know? I don't know if McAfee is still alive. I don't care if he's alive or not. I'm not using his antivirus software if he even comes back from the dead. I'm still not using it.
We're being spied on by our government. The next thing they'll be doing is knocking on Google's door, and Google has 95% of the world market for smartphones. And we will all be spied on, not just by the FBI, but by our enemies, by hackers. Here's to the crazy ones. The misfits. The rebels. The troublemakers. The round pegs in the square holes. The ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules. They have no respect for the status quo.
I'm back. There you are. Dang, dang.
Disagree with them, glorify or vilify them.
Did you hear that? Like, his final post before he was allegedly offed was like this white picture, and if you ran a filter over it, it had a Q, and I think they kind of put that up there for a second, unless I just saw it there. Well, what do you think about that, though, boss? Like, about John McAfee maybe perhaps still being alive, and he's coming back out of the woodwork.
That's all that matters to me.
Did you think Trump was going to be president?
Yes, I hoped he was, actually, because the alternative was not very palatable to me.
Did you think
I will not tell you why, because it will implicate me in horrific
Sounds like you're asking me to inquire, but I'm not going to.
I am actually, because I'm not sure I'm going to say it or not.
Well, it sounds like you're egging me on to ask you. I want to respect your privacy.
I am actually, because I'm not sure I will say it. I've never said it, ever.
Well, if you
not
want
in,
me
not
to...
in 6 years since I left police have I ever stated why.
Do you want to?
Absolutely.
Okay, well then you're welcome.
Okay, so when I went on the run,
This guy is kind of who I aspire to be. Me and McAfee, we're not so different, him and I don't believe.
I had friends in the U.S. Embassy in Belize. I knew what was coming down. I'm not stupid. I had arranged with the head of security. I was going to.
By the way, I'm no genius or anything like that, or a rich man, but
we are not.
Me and him, I feel like we got similar styles.
The U.S. Embassy. Understand me. Who was the highest authority in the State Department? Hillary Clinton. I'm an American citizen with a American passport. I'm sorry. I'm not wanted in America. I've got no crimes in America. Is it not a reason
not that I want to be like
I don't think I'm going to vote for you.
I just look at him and his shades and me and mine and his facial hair and the chill and the drink. You know, I just see a little similarity.
Was that after they had raided my property?
The only difference between me and him is if I made antivirus software, mine would be good. It would work. Man, I don't know. I don't know what's going on right now. No idea what's going on right now. The JFK files being I haven't got a lot of information on that. JFK files being released, MLK. People are saying MLK, like Martin Luther King Jr. was a gay man. Have you heard about this? Let's check this out. It's like all these it's look, I'm not one to speak for the black community, period. But it seems like a lot of what's coming out, what's trickling out over time is a lot of the people that were put as role models for black people turn out to be not what they thought they were. And in the black community, they're hard, and they don't really like the gay. They love white women and like white women with a big booty. You know what I'm talking about? And they're not into the gay. They're not into Big Mike. There's not a black thug that I could think of that was like, oh, you seen Michelle Obama? Man, she's a hot ass bitch. Ain't no black man ever said that. Ain't no black man ever said, you ever seen Michelle Obama? Man, look at that ass. It never happened. It's never happened. It never happened. And now you see, like, well, what if Barack Obama was with the guy this whole time? What if Martin Luther King Jr. was gay? What if Tupac was gay? Biggie was gay? What if Will Smith was banging people, over a couch? What is this? What kind of message does that send to the black community? I don't know. Again, I cannot speak for the black community, obviously. I'm curious about what they think about it, though. If you're black and you watch Hoffcast, tell me. Tell me what you think about all this. What do you think about, like, oh, yeah, our white heroes aren't much better, by the way. I'm not saying that, we have white saviors out here. No, we got a lot of shitty white people out here, too, like Mark Ruffalo. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of shitty white people out here, like Jimmy Kimmel, But I'm not saying anything about it. I just wanted to know what's going on. That's it. I'm not making any judgments or anything like that. I just want to know what's going on with it. So according to this, it says MLK Jr., Martin Luther King Jr., attended gay orgies, allegedly, mind you. But according to the files, was a serial adulterer, laughed at a woman getting hurt, committed adultery the night before he died, and was a commie. Bosses, you know how we feel about commies here on Hoffcast. Here on Hoffcast, there's nothing more that we despise than a commie. Nothing. Literally nothing. Besides maybe a spider. A tarantula. I don't like those. I don't like spiders. But there's nothing we despise more here on Hoffcast at all. There's nothing we don't tolerate less. No toleration here on Hoffcast for commies. None. Zero. We don't tolerate communism around here. And in fact, socialism can kick itself in the ass as well, because socialism is the last step before communism. I'm not saying capitalism's great either. It's good. Capitalism, let me tell you this. Capitalism and socialism are both great in theory. And neither of them work out over long periods of time is what happens. Do you know what I mean? The capitalism usually ends up in crony capitalism. But at least with capitalism, I feel like I have my own life and my own, I can make my own decisions, my own destiny. Unlike socialism, where you just give up everything and, hey, let's all wear some drab green and read the pinko commie rag that comes through every day and pretend we don't have cognitive dissonance. At least in capitalism, you can capitalize, dude. Life's a dirty game. You gotta play dirty if you want to win. I'm not out here sharing nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. Dirty Labs headquarters. I love it. Communism sucks. Yeah. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you watching. Says pipe dream. Yeah, they're both. I mean, capitalism isn't even a pipe dream. What happens with capitalism once it goes too long is you got crony capitalism and people making too much money on it. Capitalism is definitely the way. But when you have people over time doing the capitalism and they make too much and they get a monopoly, well, then that's when it becomes an issue, you know, and we're seeing that. Of course, that's going on right now in a lot of areas. And a lot of that's what gives a lot of liberals a lot of room to whine. A lot of commies room to whine and complain. Oh, look at these rich people. I hate them because I'm not rich. But they're not sharing any of their stuff either. They wouldn't if they were rich. And that's another thing I hate about a socialist is they're liars. They wouldn't be willing to give up their part. It's all a big, exactly like Dirty Last is a pipe dream. You know what I mean? It says humans will never care about a stranger. It's hard. I think I was talking about this earlier. Like, yeah, you can't care about everything all at once. You can't. You literally can't. As I was talking earlier about me allowing this cat to come into my home, it was a nice thing. It's not. Basically, I'm a socialist for letting this cat in here. You know. But yeah, Dirty Laugh says, yeah, cronyism and lobbying is some BS. It's funny how libs never just want to fix what's actually wrong. 100%, 100%. The thing is, I won't ignore what I just said previously, though, where capitalism does, you know, it gets to a point where it's a monopoly, and they can fix the game. Crony capitalists can fix the game after they've won it. And that's the problem. Once they win the game, much like Monopoly, you own all the properties. So everyone starts paying you from there on out. And you can really put people down quite hard or even out of the game. And Monopoly is the perfect example of capitalism. Everyone at the beginning is socialist. We all have the same amount of money. You know, we all start out with equal amount of money. But when you play Monopoly, does anyone ever share their money? No. Everyone's trying to get Boardwalk and Park Place so they can wring your ass dry of every cent that you got. And that's capitalism. That's crony capitalism. We as humans know exactly what all forms are, but do we play Monopoly so we can share our properties and like, hey, you landed on my spot. Don't worry about it. You don't have to. You landed on my what's one of them? You landed on my railroad. Don't worry about it. I'll let you ride for free this time. You know, nobody does that. They're like, if you're playing Monopoly, you're like, pay up. I paid for this. I paid for this railroad. You're gonna pay me to ride on the railroad, on the train. We're not really keeping it up that well, especially out in here in East Palestine, but good luck to you. Can you imagine if Monopoly had East Palestine Railroad? Oh, you get that, you lose the game. Let's look more into this here. It says Martin Luther King Jr. allegedly was no Christian and certainly no man we should have a holiday for. What is this? King's Mistress. I'm not going to read. Well, actually, let me read this. Let me read some of this. Let me read some of it. We're doing Hoffcast. Let's read it. King's Mistress. I like this. It sounds sultry and fun. I think, was this written by MLK? What is this? No, it's not. It's not written by MLK. It says it was learned, it's the files. It was learned in February 1968 from a very responsible Los Angeles individual in a position to know that Martin Luther King Jr., has been having an illicit love affair with the wife of a prominent Negro dentist in Los Angeles, California, since 1962, is the language at the time, bosses. He believes King fathered a baby girl born to this woman inasmuch as her husband is allegedly sterile. Wow. The child resembles King to a great degree, and King contributes to the support of this child. He calls the woman every Wednesday and frequently meets her in various cities throughout the country. This individual reported this is himself a prominent Negro who is related by law to King's mistress. This is interesting, bosses. So do we judge MLK on this or not? Does his I have a dream speech mean any less? I don't think so. I don't believe so. I think his speech means just as much. And maybe he was woke way beforehand. Maybe this was the ramblings of a Marxist. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. What is this? Oh, yeah. MLK was having gay sex style parties. Wow, dude. Wow. That's insane, if true. Insane, if true. I don't know what we're going to get with the JFK stuff. Apparently, I don't know. I don't think it's been released yet, but maybe in like the next week or something. I guess they have 15 days after the inauguration, so I guess we have till like February 4th, and then they should put them out unredacted, hopefully. That's what we're all hoping for out here, bosses. That's what we're all hoping. And the full director's cut. Spring Hill says the agency was headed by a Johnson appointee, seeing as how Biden's guy made the glass comment with 2 undamaged teleprompters. Just makes me question the document. Wow. Johnson's FBI character allegedly did him in. Hopefully they didn't actually do that. Hopefully. All right, bosses. I have 2 more subjects left. The meat is here. The meat is here, bosses. So if you're still watching, I appreciate you. Make sure if you haven't yet, hit that thumbs up button for me. Man, cheers. Here we go. We're going to do it. It's getting late. We got to get it in. Salutations, everybody. We're gonna break down. We're gonna break down the Elon Musk. What happened with Elon Musk? You know what I'm talking about. We're gonna break this down a little bit here for y'all. Man, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. So if you hadn't heard, I know if you're a liberal watching right now, which I doubt you are, because if you're a liberal and you're still watching the show, actually, I'd have you on right now. But I don't think a lot of liberals watch this show, because if you watch this show for about 5 minutes, you know this is not the place for you. But if you're a liberal watching the show right now, I know that this was everything. This was everything that you ever wanted. This was like, okay, so we won the election. Trump won the election. Conservatives won the election. Elon Musk won the election. But this was like, hey, you get a little something too. You know what I mean? Hey, we'll give you a little something. We'll give you a consolation prize. We'll give you something. We'll give you a little something just so you don't feel completely left out of the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, I really think that's what this was. I think it was a way to make liberals not feel left out of the inauguration. It's like, well, let's get them involved. How do we get the liberals involved? Well, throw up a, do the old thing. Dust it off, bring it out, and then make them cry. And, that's what happened. It's what happened. Do I believe, you might be asking yourself right now, does Hoff believe that this was, in fact, what it looks like? Yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. I don't know. I need to look more into Elon Musk. Apparently he I don't know about the apartheid, but there's that part of it. But then there's the other part where he's visited Israel and helped the Jews many times. And you can't help but think that there's no way that a man this powerful is not friends with the Jewish folk, and I'm not saying anything anti-Semitic. You know what I'm saying? But there's no possible way that this guy could be as powerful and have enough banks that will work with him that he's not, there's no way that this is, if it is a salute, like a Hitler, kind of salute, there's no way that this is one that it was like against the Jews. Because I think Musk is friends with Jews. He's not a Jew, South African. I think he's got Jew friends. So I don't think if he was doing this, then all the banks would be like, hey, we're not working with Elon anymore. You know what I mean? Hey, but it didn't happen, did it? Guess what? Elon got more press than ever because of this. So sipping on them liberal tears. But do I think this was do I think it was something disguised as something? Possibly. But I'll give you my actual take on it right now, bosses. First and foremost, you look at this picture. I want to thank you all for being with me here. Spring Hill Max says liberals aren't liberal anymore. They're authoritarian when they get their way. Yeah. And he also says he's pro-Israel. To the left's left comments are stupid. Yes. That's what I'm saying. How can he be a Nazi if he's pro-Israel? How? Tell me that. Genius. That's that cognitive dissonance kicking in again with the liberals. And as soon as you say that, they'll come up with some stupid talking point that they saw on Twitter or whatever, or not even Twitter, because they don't use Twitter anymore. And Blue Anon or Blue Skies or wherever the hell that the liberals cesspools that they sweat in. Oh, geez. But look at this. The thing about this picture is what I have to say, what is super important when you look at this, and we'll watch the video. Don't get me wrong, we'll watch the video. But what's super important when you look at this is the rigidness of it. The rigidness of it is he's biting a lip, and it's rigid. And I swear, when we watch the video, you can hear the arm swings so fast. You can hear the wind off of it, like Sammy Sosa swinging a baseball bat. And that's the whole conviction of the thing. He's got the conviction. It's the whoa. You know what I mean? Look, yeah, Spring Hill Max says the left are actually anti-Israel. Yeah, of course they're pro-Palestine. Of course, the left don't even know anything. They don't have any room to get involved. It was like whenever TikTok went down, and then they all went to some other Chinese app because they're all Chinese commies, wannabe Chinese. Liberals are just wannabe Chinese commies. That's all they are. They're not even real commies. They don't even know what communism is. They just want to play ball. They want to think that they're involved in something. So when TikTok got taken down, and they went some other shit, they're like, hey, now I know Chinese all of a sudden. I love Chinese people. I love China. Ridiculous. But it's funny, yeah. The left are anti-Israel. I'm not anti-Israel. I got theories, but my thing is like, man, it's not 100% what you think it is, in my opinion. So if you're thinking it's all Jew, yeah, I don't think so. Just personally. I think a lot of it is. And that's nothing against, that's not anti-Semitic. I'm not being anti-Semitic. I don't have any problem with Jewish people, period. I had Jewish friends. I haven't talked to them in a while. Maybe they thought I was anti-Semitic and they stopped being friends with me. I don't know, Haven't talked to my Jew friends in a minute. I wonder why. Maybe they watch Hoffcast. No, but I'm kidding. I really don't have anything against Jewish people. Seriously. Do I think that they have a lot of the upper ones, the black hats? Oh, we're getting deep here. We got to be careful. We got to be careful here on Hoffcast. And do they have power and control over politicians and monies and banks? Well, of course they do. Of course, there's not even a question about it. We've all seen all the politicians go over to Israel, put on the little cap, and kiss the wall. We've all seen them do it. We've all seen them in the pictures. We've seen it. We've seen it. Of course, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a fact. It's the question is, how deep in the pockets do they go? That's the question, is how deep in the pockets do the hands go? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where you really want to know the answer. It doesn't matter really who is doing what. It matters how much of who is doing what. Spring Hill Max says it's a freeze frame talking about the salute. They love that. Of course they do. And they love to take things out of context for sure. The liberals and the media. He says the patrol border with the horses and whips it. Yeah, it's just the horse. Yeah, we talked about that on Hoffcast. Absolutely. 100% right on that. 100% right on that. I very, very well remember talking about that here on Hoffcast about a while back about and whatnot with the horses. And it wasn't a whip, but hey, they will take that out of context, just like there are fine people on both sides. You know what I mean? They will do it. They cling to any little thing, and that again comes back. I should have named this stream Cognitive Dissonance, because that's really what we're seeing here from the left. Once the numbers came out and the country was red, now we are dealing with the aftermath of the libtards trying to pick up their shattered pieces and find a way to put them back together, but they can't, because there's nothing there. Nothing there. So let's find a video of this, and I'll explain my opinions on it. I want to see the full. I don't want to see a 3-second clip. I want to see the full clip. All right. Of course, you see, we got Barack Aniston doing the salute. That's going to be his name. Once he gets married, it's going to be his new name is Barack Aniston. And Stephen Colbert, of course. Oh, and that one's a little. I mean, Stephen Colbert, I don't think he's a Nazi. He's not a Nazi. Stephen Colbert is a pansy. Kamala could be a Nazi. Hillary, definitely a Nazi, allegedly. And Pocahontas, well, she's just probably one of the dumbest people that ever lived. What's her name? Elizabeth Warren. Like, amazing that this person, Elizabeth Warren, has ever made it into any sort of political power. Like, you watch that woman talk and you're like, that's my aunt that I hate. At every holiday, that's the one aunt I'm like, geez, I gotta deal with her dumbass the whole freaking meal. I can't even enjoy my turkey. And I'm gonna go to the back. I'm gonna go into the bedroom and watch some football and ignore my crazy aunt that's talking about veganism and human rights. I want to enjoy my turkey. I do want to see the full video, though. Is this it?
Making it happen. Thank you. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
That's what I'm talking about.
Thanks to you.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's watch it one more time, bosses. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Thank
Watch
you.
it. This is the nicest gesture of all time. You libtards are freaking crazy. This is the nicest gesture ever made. And you're out of your mind if you think it's not. Dude, what is nicer than grabbing your heart out of your chest and throwing it to the audience and saying, my heart goes out to you? What? There's nothing. It's the nicest. I've never done a gesture that nice in my life. But guess what? I think it's so nice. I'm going to start using it in my daily life. You know, I go to the gas station Give me a couple dirty waters. I pay and the cashier says thank you, and I say my heart goes out to you. It can be anything. It can be anything. You can do it very small, every day to day in your everyday life. Just the smallest things. We can start using this gesture to heal humanity. Absolutely, 100%. This is the nicest, kindest, most heartfelt, literally gesture I've ever seen.
For making it happen. Thank you.
Look at him. He's sincere. Look, so sincere. He's really he's autistic, for crying out loud.
Just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
I love. See, a lot of people have a problem, like I said earlier, with the snappiness of it, the biting of the lip, and you can hear the wind come off of his hand and his arm. Like the hand is so much in like the shape of a fan blade that you can hear the wind off of it once it flies through the air.
Thank you.
You hear that? And look, the crowd's going crazy. But look at that. Look at it. This looks like Germany in 1930s. I'm kidding.
My heart goes out to you.
This is definitely Germany. This looks just like Germany. Look at all them Nazis wearing toboggans and sweaters.
It is thanks to you. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
I love it. You gotta bite the lip when you do it. It makes it look like, it doesn't make it look. It makes people know that you mean that your heart goes out to them. You're sending your heart, and I swear I'm going to start using this. I think it's the most heartfelt gesture of all time. I think we need to adopt it. I think Elon started something really nice here that could probably bring humanity together more than separate it. But of course, the dumb libtards will be like, "That's a Nazi salute. He's a Nazi. I don't want to be in a concentration camp from Elon Musk." Well, don't worry about that. That's not the reason you gotta be scared of him. He doesn't care about concentration camps. He doesn't want to build physical concentration camps. Don't worry, liberals. He has no interest in building physical concentration camps. When all he has to do is take a brain chip and put it in your head and control you that way. He doesn't need to put you in a camp when he's already inside your head. So the libtards still are missing the point 100%. Do I like Elon Musk? Nah. I don't trust the guy at all. Do I think he was doing a Nazi salute? Nah. Maybe. I don't know. I really do like the "I send my heart out to you" thing. I don't think it's a Nazi salute. But what I am scared of is the $500 billion that Trump and Musk are going to be putting into the Stargate project, which is going to be an AI project, which is what I wanted to talk about tonight, bosses. This is what I wanted to talk about. I'm not even joking. I will start doing this. The thing is, I got to tell you the rules, bosses. If you do this, you have to. There's no other way to do it. You have to say, if you're going to do it, you're gonna have to say, "My heart goes out to you." You have to speak the words verbally out loud. You have to. You can't just do that. You can't just be like, "Oh, people don't understand what that means unless you tell them." They're gonna assume that if you do this gesture, it's a Nazi salute. It's not. All right. People are gonna assume that. So that's why you have to. It's a rule. It's an absolute rule. Hear me out, bosses. It's a rule. You have to say, if you're going to do it, "My heart goes out to you." You have to say it. You can't just do that. It's not like waving at somebody or giving a thumbs up. You can give a thumbs up and you don't have to say, "Hey, thumbs up. Great job." You can. Great job. That works too. But when it comes to that, you have to say, "My heart," and bite your lip. "My heart goes out to you." You have to say that. You have to. There's no other way around it. Because if you do it, you're going to end up in some trouble. So there's a disclaimer there. I'm telling you, boss, there's a disclaimer. People aren't smart enough. So if you do want to make the nicest gesture to humanity, not everyone's going to get it, because not everyone wants to say Merry Christmas either. Some people get offended over that. So, you got to make it clear what you're doing, or people are going to misinterpret what you're doing. All right. And so bosses, my heart goes out to you all for watching tonight. I want to thank you all. My heart goes out to you. I love you, bosses. I love you. Love you. My heart goes out to you. One more time.
Hey, thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
You guys want to see a real Nazi? You want to see a real Nazi that you guys know of? Here's a real Nazi. We love this one on Hoffcast. You want to see a real Nazi? He's even from Germany.
And not just to think about, well, my freedom is being kind of disturbed here. No, screw your freedom.
That's a real Nazi. That's a real Nazi. I didn't hear Elon Musk saying anything about screw my freedoms. You know what I mean? He probably shares that. He probably shares that sentiment, but I didn't hear him say it. But you know who I did hear say it was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
And not just to think about, well, my freedom is being kind of disturbed here. No, screw your freedom.
And if you're watching right now, you don't know what that's in reference to. It was back during the Corvid, when basically Arnold Schwarzenegger was like, screw your freedoms. You don't have the freedom to decide whether or not you want an experimental jab inside of yourself with a concoction that you don't know what it's made of. And he's like, screw your freedom. Without knowing. He's not a doctor. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't have any insight. We still to this day, bosses, don't even know exactly what the Corvid was. We still don't even know. We know it was something. And we know that they took a lot of advantages of our rights and freedoms during that period. It was sickening, to be honest with you. And I was scared. I'm not going to lie, bosses. I was very scared at the time of the credit. I thought it was going to be, when they said the new normal, dude, that made my butthole pucker. You know what I mean? Like that made me tense. I didn't like that sound. The new normal. That sounds like that sounds like a dictatorship. It sounds like Nazism, is what it sounds like to me. And we're gonna force this upon you. You don't like it, but you're gonna have to get used to it because it's the new normal.
And not just to think about, well, my freedom is being kind of disturbed here. No, screw your freedom.
Never forget. We will never forget that on Hoffcast. My heart does not go out to Arnie at all. So let's take a quick look at this. We got some more stuff to do here. I'm glad that you guys are still watching. I know it's late. If anyone still wants to come by here towards the end of the show, I'll be glad to have you. I just have a couple more subjects to bring up, a couple more funny things. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button yet, I'm begging you. At this point in the show, you're lucky I'm not on my knees begging. Just please hit the thumbs up button for me. Just please help your boy out in the algorithm. I'm not selling merch tonight. If you want to join as a member, that's cool. You get some stuff. It's cool. It's very cheap. By the way, Tony Nasser, he's got like the gold membership of a boss. I think he's the eldest of the bosses. And I appreciate you, man. But yeah, I just appreciate if you hit the thumbs up button for me, man, because I try to put on a good show for everybody, and I try to, the quality has been a big part of me doing the show and trying to give you guys the most easily viewable and listenable to show. So if you're watching me, you're not like, this guy's filming from a potato. I can't hear what he's saying. No, my big goal is, I know I have a good show here. So if the quality stays good, then that makes me happy. And I'm very proud of my show. I'm very proud of Hoffcast. I like, I love that what we're doing here is something that it's not the same as every other show you might see on the internet. There might be similar things, but it's definitely its own thing. And it doesn't always work out for the best, but we're not changing around here. We're not going to follow in other people's footsteps. We're going to do our own thing. We're going to create our own, and people are going to walk in ours. And that's already happened many times, but and I don't get the credit for it. I won't even ask for it, but hey, pioneers will be pioneers. And that's what we are here, bosses. Cheers. Hashtag not a cult. I am drinking from the Hoffcast hashtag not a cult mug tonight. Yeah. I don't have the merch link in the description. Don't worry about it. If you want to buy some merch, search Hoffcast merch somewhere. Go to my old streams. I'm not asking for money. All I'm asking is a thumbs up and that you're enjoying the show. Leave a comment. Just do the simple things. Not asking for money. Just like if you're enjoying the show. I've been working so hard on this thing. That's it. That's my pitch. I appreciate any kind of, gratitude for it. That's all I'm saying. Cheers, bosses. Let me see if I can find this clip here. If not, I'll search it somewhere else. I know where to find it, but I'd rather find it without context. Let's see here. Oh, yep. It came right up. Bosses. I'm going to get the comments real quick here before we go to the next one. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've ignored the comments for a second. Yes. Yeah. Spring Heel says, yeah, totally out of context explains the entire motion. Media are evil, just like the following. Find people on both sides. Their only way to win is by leaving stuff out and lying. 100%. And they couldn't even win doing that because people figured it out over time. Dude, let me tell you, I've told this on Hoffcast many times, and I'll repeat myself, and I'll keep it short. But my real, I was already getting red pilled, but my real red pill moment, the time when I switched over to from being from I tolerate Trump to oh crap, this really is a targeted attack, is whenever the video came out of the kid. Was it Covington? I think it was. I don't want to get it wrong. The kid wearing the MAGA hat with the high school, and they're wearing MAGA hats. He's a high school kid, and this Indian Native American crackhead Nathan Phillips comes up and starts banging a drum in his face, and the media and the kid just smiles. He doesn't know what to do. He's not being violent. And this Indian is Native American. Bang, 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 bang. We hate Trump. Bang, 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 bang. And then the next thing you know, you're watching the news, and you're like, look at this evil teenager wearing a Make America Great Again hat. Can you believe how evil this teenager is, harassing this Native American? Turns out the fact was those kids were waiting for a bus. They were kids. They weren't causing any harm. They weren't spray painting or vandalizing or looting, nothing. They were waiting for a bus, and they were very well dressed, very, very hygienic. And then you got some crackhead Native American, coming up and banging a drum, and then the media runs with it. And then I believed it at first. At first I was like, F that kid in the MAGA hat. Screw that kid. He's a Donald Trump supporter. Screw him. And then I realized, what kind of evil person am I? Once I figured it out, once I saw the behind the scenes, I did some deep dive. It hurt. It hurt. Sometimes getting red pilled hurts. Not anymore, dude. I'm so red pilled now. I mean, I'm good. But if you have to go through that transition in your life, which I did many years ago, you find it hurts that you find out that you've been lied to this entire time, and that you have to adopt a new way of learning, and that you might lose friends and family over it. And not that you want to, but the fact that when you watch a video of the media, the mainstream media, attacking a child, basically, he wasn't an adult yet, he wasn't 18, attacking him and saying that he was harassing a Native American, this Nathan Phillips guy, you can look him up. He's a crackhead, not literally a crackhead, but he's been in trouble. And you find out that what kind of monster am I? Rooting for the team that is harassing kids over a hat that they're wearing that says "Make America Great Again." That's when I realized, hey, maybe I'm playing for the wrong side here. Granted, that kid won a lawsuit for like $8 million. Good for him. In the long run, it worked out for him. But at the time, he was the most hated person in America for like a month. All because he was wearing a MAGA hat and smiling at it. He didn't know what to do. That's when I really switched over. And I was like, man, I know I'm on the wrong side if I'm rooting for the people, the media that are harassing a kid for wearing a positive hat. You know what I mean? You don't have to wear a MAGA hat. I know, I get it. But I mean, the hat doesn't say like F you or like, WAP or something. It wasn't even offensive. It says "Make America Great Again." And that's when I knew that I had to leave. I had to leave liberals altogether because I don't feel that way. I don't want to harass people because of their beliefs and make up lies and leave out things. Also, what they left out, I can never find the video again. If I could ever find it, I probably couldn't even show it here on Hoffcast, but it existed, or it might still exist. But I also remember when I was going real deep into that there was this hour-long video of the entire situation filmed by someone on like Facebook Live or something like that. And what they never, ever, 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 ever showed on the mainstream media. And you might not even believe me if I tell you this right now, but you can probably find it if you deep dive enough, is the fact that there were Black Hebrew nationalists in the background using very racial language and slurs. And it's not like BLM. It's not Black Hebrew nationalists. They're not like BLM. It's not even close to the same. They're like racist Black people is what they are, basically. And they never showed that at all. And once I saw that and they left that out of it, Spring Heel, I was done. I was done with the mainstream media. I was done with the narrative. I was done with, I was like, it's over for them, for me. Like, I know it now. I see how evil they are. I see the way they lie to people, the way they manipulate things. And I'm not saying that the right-wing media doesn't do the same, but to the extent that the left-wing media does it to harm children, I'm like, I'm out. I'm out. I'm not about that action at all. I'm not about harassing kids because they're wearing a hat that has a positive message on it just because you don't like Orange Man, And that's whenever that was the moment for me. I know a lot of people made it way before that. A lot of people had realized it way before that, but for me, that was my moment. And that was when I was like, hey, it's evil, dude. Mainstream liberal media, commie liberal media, pinko commie rag is fucking evil. And they will do or say anything in order to get an emotional, and that's what they kind of, they thrive on, an emotional pull on you. Like, look at this. Look how evil this is. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, they're evil, cutting it all up, making you feel a certain way, manipulating you through lies and context that does, they make it a certain way. I think we're all smart here enough at Hoffcast, the people, the bosses that watch, that we all know this. But I mean, I have to tell you right now, it's still going on to this day. They still do it all the time, constantly. It just, they don't have any other cards to play, because if they played the truth card, well then, hey, their entire narrative would fall apart and they wouldn't have anything to stand on. So they have to keep running with lies. It's insane. And they make money off the lies, man. It breaks my heart to some extent, especially when I see like people like my parents, who I love so much, just totally buy into the mainstream narrative every time they watch CNN or NBC, or they watch Stephen Colbert and they still think that guy's funny. They watch him go vaccine and they're like, yeah, Stephen Colbert, yeah. Stephen Colbert is like me. He wants to get jabbed up. And it's like, oh, dude, you don't know what you're doing to yourself. You have no No clue what you're doing to yourself at all, you know? Exactly, Spring Hill. It says, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Exactly. That is absolutely true. There's not a lot of people who go back, you know, once they find out that they've been playing for the wrong team for a long time. Spring Hill also says they gotta have that 2 minutes of hate, cements the brainwashing. Very good 1984 reference. I appreciate that. Bosses, it is getting late. It is late. I appreciate you all still watching right now. We still got a decent crowd here. I appreciate you all for being here. The show's not over. The show is not over. I've got one more subject left, and then I'll put the link in the chat if anyone wants to come by and chat about anything live with me here on the show that we've been discussing tonight or anything else. You know, I'm open. We've been really deep tonight, very deep. And I've said some things that maybe, hey, you shouldn't say, but I like to rough off or smooth off the rough edges with a little bit of comedy with it. And you can take whatever I've said tonight with a grain of salt, as I like to put it out there to the public. Or you can actually listen to the words that I say and be like, hey, this guy, he might seem like an idiot on the outside and like Gilbert Gottfried voice, but he might actually be onto something here. You know what I mean? He might actually be a little bit onto something, and maybe we should pay more attention to this guy. And I think you should. I'm not coming from an arrogance point of view here. I'm just saying, like, maybe more people like me should do shows like this. Again, I don't want to be the only one doing this. I think we should all do this. I think if you're watching right now, make your own live stream, make your own show, put the truth out there, give people your opinions. It's not easy, but it's not hard either. You know what I mean? It's not. It's taken me a long time to get to the point where I'm still a mediocre channel, not even nothing special. But I think we're getting somewhere, bosses. So let's get back into some content. Before, one more comment. Spring Hill says the media is responsible for so many ambushes on police. The fact to get away with it while complaining about J6 is ridiculous. 100%. 100%. It says you're definitely on the right path. Well, I appreciate you. Again, like I don't think that my content is bad at all. I don't know how to make things better for people. I'm trying my best to do quality content, but the fact remains that I love doing this and I have a very good time with it. And that's why I continue to do it. That's why I've done it for so long. I've thought about quitting this many times. Like, well, what am I getting out of it? Well, guess what? I get a lot out of it. I get to speak my mind. I get to learn with you guys. I get to have conversations with people I wouldn't get to have conversations with. And really, it's like a therapy session for me. I've said that before. But last subject here before, if anyone wants to come by, which who knows? Maybe Tony will. Tony, if you don't, fair enough. But I'm not trying to put you on the spot. But let's check this one out. This is very fun here. By the way, headphone alert. If you're wearing headphones right now, headphone alert. This is illegal aliens' epic meltdown over deportations. The liberal tears cup is running over. Yep. Oh, it tastes good. Oh, it tastes good. So here we see an illegal alien with people getting deported, and they're mad about, oh, dude, this is just so much fun. This is so much fun. What you're watching right now, you might see on your screen, what is going on? It looks like madness. Looks like a female trying to turn into the Incredible Hulk. Well, guess what doesn't happen? Let's check this out.
We came here because you
headphone warning. And just if you get anxiety from people screaming, a little bit of disclaimer on that. But here we go.
We came here because you wanted a better life for us. You wanted a better education for us. You wanted us to have a better
context. Again, Trump is like, hey, we're deporting people, bro. We're getting the illegals out of here. And I'll let this play and then we'll talk again.
Future. No, this is all gonna be taken away because of him. Because of that stupid. Oh my god. Stupid fucking. coming back. I'm never coming back here until Katie leaves the house. Katie, he's ruining my life, her life, and the life of every single immigrant in this country.
Hell yes. This is what we want to see, bosses. This is beautiful. This is as annoying and as insufferable as this person is. This is what we want to see, bosses. This is exactly what we want to see. You know, I was watching Salty Cracker earlier, and he had this video up, and he said, "Yeah, some problems they kind of solve themselves." You know, if you get out of here, go and get it.
He's a felon.
You're calling him a criminal while you're here illegally? No, I get out, and don't come back. We hope we ruined your lives because you've been ruining our lives. Taking our derbs, you're doing crime. You don't belong here. If you want to come here, you better do it legally and assimilate. Don't bring your crime culture and your bullshit over here. Get deported, bitch. Hope you're next. Hope you're next.
Yeah, bitch. And again, I'm not coming back. I'm never coming back.
Good. Yes. Don't come back, please. I mean, not that we'd let you back. You're going to have a real hard time coming back anyway, as long as Trump's in office and maybe Vance afterwards. But hey, man, like they're starting to figure it out. This is the cognitive dissonance that I've been talking about. Look at this. Reality is not real.
You wanted a better life for us. You wanted a better education for us. You wanted to have a better future. And now this is all going to be taken away.
Good. You didn't deserve it to begin with. You don't belong here. Dude, what if I just walked up to somebody's mansion and I broke in? And I'm like, well, I'm not as rich as you, so I deserve to be in your mansion. And then they kick me out and I say, I'm never coming back. Who's the asshole? Who's the asshole? You know?
Because of him. Because of that stupid. Oh my God. Stupid fucking.
Yeah, cry, scream, spit, shout. Nothing's going to save you. You're going back to your shithole country that you created. And you're not going to make America a shithole country, bitch. You and your fucking... Yeah, your illegal friends are not going to make America a shithole country like your own. All right? Go back. We don't want you. Please. This is just beautiful to me. It's so freaking beautiful. Let's get rid of these people. Please. It's not a racist thing. At all. You don't belong here. You came here illegally. You don't. It's. You know what I'm saying? I just made the analogy. I can't break into someone's house who has a better house than me and be like, I deserve to be here because of socialism and because Biden said I could. You know? Imagine if I broke into Joe Biden's house and I was like, hey, buddy, I want to stay here. And he kicks me out, you know. I'm never coming back. He'd be like, good. We didn't want you here to begin with. But yet they played that whole thing. Kamala Harris, AOC. You break into their house, you go into their house, and then you're like, hey, well, this is what you wanted, right? And they're like, no, you get out of here and you never come back. In fact, we're going to arrest you for breaking into my house. Ha! The people who say this shit are hypocrites. Straight up. And I don't know what they get out of it besides votes that didn't work for them. We saw that clearly. Didn't work. Now we're getting rid of the problem. Getting rid of the parasites. Exactly. Spring Heel Max says we already have the most generous legal immigration system in the entire world. That's not enough. Exactly. So even after all these deportations, we're still letting in more legally than anyone else in the world. It's crazy. It is crazy. And we see what happens to other countries. You get a lot of terrorists and crime and stuff like that. And people are like, well, we gotta be humane. No, we don't have to be humane. We don't have to. Nothing says we have to do that. Nothing says that. Nothing says that. what happens is these people, I'll tie this back to what I was saying earlier. The media tries to run people on emotions rather than facts. So when you get their emotions running on, well, these illegal immigrants they're people just like me and you. You know, some of them might be. That's fine, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. You gotta want to come into this country. You have to want to be American. You can't come into America and make it Mexico or whatever country you're from. No, you have to come into America and want to be American. You better vote Trump, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Look, we'll show this one again. Let me see if I can find it real quick. We showed this one on Hoffcast a while back. I don't even know what to search. Hold on. Haitian cooks for liberal. Nah, that didn't bring it up. Haitian roommate. Dude, I wish I could find this video. Because we watched a while back. What do I look for here? Haitian. I was a Haitian person. You know, liberals love Haiti for some reason. Haitian migrant. Haitian. I feel so weird. I feel very weird Googling these. Haitian migrant brings up a different thing here. Cooks. There's this video, man. I wish I could find it again. Dang, dude, I don't think I can find it. I'm sorry about that, bosses. Don't mean to blue balls anybody out here, but man, I wish I could find that video. Haitian housed. Nope. Well, basically, it was this video. Man, we showed it on a Hoffcast, but man, I wish I could find that so bad right now. Oh yeah, Kira. Kira's a good girl. Yeah. And my Bobby right there. Best girl in the world. Best girl in the world right there. And basically, it was this white woman who, she's an older white liberal woman, and she's like, "Yeah, you can come in and cook for me." I think Mark Dice showed it recently. Hold on, let me see. I think Mark Dice showed it recently, and that's what reminded me. Let's see if I find that. I'd love to find this clip. I'm trying to find. Maybe I don't think it was this video. Let me see if I can find it real quick here. I want to show it so bad, but I don't know if I can find it. Oh yeah, maybe this is it. Unfortunately, not. Man, I wish I could find that so bad. You're like, Hoff, man, you're boring the hell out of us right now. You need to find it or not. I don't know what to search is the problem. Haitian lives with lady. Still can't find it. Maybe they tried to bury this, you know. I would. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're gonna find it, bosses. I apologize a lot for that. Comments real quick here. How can that be racist? To have the most accepting immigration system in the world, just an example of the conflation from the media and the Dems, 100%, 100%. Tony says there are people that can go home now. Exactly. They have to be trying to destabilize the country. Well, I mean, what, you're not wrong at all. Definitely destabilization is a point, but do you think that destabilization they see as a point of control? You know, like that's how we control people, is by just like effing them up as hard as we can, you know? And Tony says they love Haiti because of the money they ripped off from donations given to Haiti. Yep. Yay, liberals. Yep. Anyways, now is the time. Now's the time. We've gone through pretty much everything. I do have more, but the show will go on for a little bit longer. If anyone watching right now wants to come by and chill with me, as long as I know you, you're more than welcome to. There's the link right there. I don't know who else watching, or if anyone's still watching or anything. Maybe Tony will come by if he's free. Again, Tony, not putting you on the spot, bud. You don't have to come by if you don't want to. Just let me know in the chat, you know. The show will go on a little bit longer, of course. Good show. Been a really good show tonight. Hopefully all the quality is good. I'll probably watch it back and be like, that sucked. Haitian migrant cooks for lady. Are migrants really eating pet dogs? Oh, this is from 4 months ago. This is a fun one. Oh, shit. What's that?
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats.
Dude, Springfield is not far from me, and my Christmas party for the job that I work at, where they actually make the product that I sell, is in Springfield, Ohio. Tony, what's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, thanks for watching, man. I appreciate you being here and commenting.
As always.
Springfield says, I don't have anything set up at the moment. That's fine. I mean, we'll be on for a minute if you want. You can swing by. It's cool. Takes you a minute. Anyways, Tony, what's going on, man? What do you think about first and foremost, how you doing? Thanks for joining me.
I'm doing well. I'm wearing my shirt for the people getting booted out. The well, bye.
Very good. Very good. I love that shirt.
But yesterday was Australia Day, which always brings up animosity with a small group of people saying that we need to call it Invasion Day and start a whole bunch of crap. So,
hold on, explain to me what Australia Day is. What is that?
Okay, the 26th of January was the arrival of the first fleet from Britain to Australia, and when it started colonizing the country. Not when the country was Captain Cook discovered the East Coast or the Dutch discovered the West Coast or any of that. It's when the Dutch. It was when basically Australia started as a country, and there's in the last 10 years or so, they started getting this animosity going, saying, "Oh, they should call it an Invasion Day," and they started trashing statues of Captain Cook and stuff like that. And it's like apparently by removing statues of Captain Cook, it removed Captain Cook from history, and then Australia was never discovered, according to these idiots. But I don't know.
That's what they're trying to do to Christopher Columbus here.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's really dumb.
It's like what are they going? What are they going for?
Oh, I don't get it. Like, I mean, there is some people who say that the Indigenous or the First Nation or whatever you want to call Aboriginals are upset about it, but most of them don't care. It's generally a group of people that want to fight on behalf of people who don't really care to fight. And yeah, it's just stupid. It really is. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a public holiday. It's designed for people to get together, cook some barbecue, drink some beers, listen to some music, and go, "Yay, Australia!"
Yeah,
that's what it always was. And then
Yeah.
suddenly people started getting their hackles up about it. And the thing is, at the end of the day, if you want to complain to someone, complain to the British government. They're the ones who came over here. Australian government's got nothing to do with it.
Dude,
You know,
it's like
bring
when
up
people
Charles.
started. It's like when people started saying that July 4th was racist.
Yeah, it's
And
the
so,
same
like,
stuff. It's the same. It's just some people going, "What a great idea! Let's pick a fight."
It's like people, they get mad when trucks go down the street and they have American flags on them. It's like,
oh yeah. The Coles and Woolworths here, they were stopping selling Australia flags and flip flops and all that stuff for Australia Day. They go, "No, we're not going to take part in it," and they got flamed for it, and they actually had to return and go, "All right, we're going to do it. We're going to sell it because everyone hates us." And it's like, yeah, we do hate you for it. It's like, just be part of the solution, not part of the problem.
this is something this is a theory that I'm very into. I haven't discussed in a while. Is there? I mean, I think it's still going on, but you could see it happening very strong for a minute. Where, and I think it succeeded. I think it, to some extent, it succeeded. But there was a real time there, like right around COVID and stuff, where like you saw a lot of history and monuments getting destroyed.
Yeah,
and I mean, like you saw like the Muslims going out there and destroying a bunch of churches and stuff like that, and mosques and everything. And then you saw the Georgia Guidestones. Even though I hate them, they got destroyed. You know, and statues being pulled down all the time.
Yeah.
You know, I love that video of the statue being pulled down that kills that guy.
On the guy.
I mean, I don't
Idiot.
love the guy died, but
Oh,
I mean,
that's absolute bloody hilarity
Karma.
when that happens.
F
Hey,
around, find
Tristan.
out. What's up, Tristan? How you doing? My favorite FBI informant. Oh. Can't hear you, bud.
Quantico won't let him talk.
Yeah, I think they're blocking your microphone. The feds. We'll give him a moment to get that in order, but I thank him for being here. I'd love to speak with him because I always love having Tristan here. But yeah, if you need a moment, man, yeah. We can't hear you at all.
Yeah, it's no different to the complaints against 4th of July and that. It's the same argument. And the thing is that if we changed the date and said, okay, let's make it, February 16 or something like that, it wouldn't matter. They'd complain about that too. It's like, oh, this day is now Invasion Day. It's like, nah, you can't win. So the best thing to do is just grin and bear it and just say, screw it. This is it. Deal with it.
I think the rewriting of history is caused by people who are not proud of their heritage, and they're not proud of who they are or their families. And so thus being that they want to rewrite history in their own name in some narcissistic way. You know what I mean? Like it's all about them. It's like, I don't like the way things went, so I'm going to make it in my image.
Yeah.
Like they're playing God or something,
And it does not work.
No, of course not. I mean,
if you make you take that first step to do it, then everything's up for grabs after that. There is no, you don't
100%.
have history anymore. You have no history.
100%.
You are nothing.
That's the point. That was the goal. I truly think that though, Tony. I think that was the goal, was to like level the playing field somehow for these degenerates. Like
the thing is, like every country.
How much of a fucking pussy do you have to be offended by a statue?
Oh yeah.
But
the thing is, like every country has something to be embarrassed about of their past. All of them do. All of us did. But the thing is, you don't hide from it. You look at it and you go, yeah, we did that. And you learn from it and you try not to do it again.
Exactly.
That's the whole point of it.
The old phrase.
Yeah, the whole point of history is this is who we were, and we look at it and we learn it and we go, well, that was bad. Let's not do that anymore.
Can you hear me?
Exactly, or else
Yay,
we're
Kristen,
doomed to
there we go.
repeat it. Yeah, I can hear you now, bud. Hell yeah.
Sweet.
Welcome.
Exactly what Tony was saying, man. If the statue offends you, you should keep it up to remind you of what
Yeah,
you don't
100%.
want to happen again.
Exactly, because if you forget history, you're doomed to repeat yourself.
Exactly.
But I mean, I don't find those statues offensive. I've never found a statue offensive in my life, even if it's the fucking Satan statue out in front of a church, you know, like it doesn't offend. Like I don't care enough to go down in there and like spray paint it or tear it down. It doesn't piss me off.
There used to be I can't remember who it was in Australia. I think it was a comedy newspaper or something, and they used to do a thing called statue battles, and they'd pick like different statues around the cities, and they'd go, what would happen if this statue fought that statue? And it'd just be this fun thing of like,
that's kind of cool. I like that.
Here's a military statue versus Queen Victoria. Who's gonna win?
Statue of Liberty versus the Mothman.
There you go. Yeah, Statue of Liberty is gonna kick the Mothman's ass.
Well,
Statue of Liberty. All I can think about is Ghostbusters 2.
Yeah, exactly.
What's up,
Sorry,
Justin?
I was just saying the Statue of Liberty looks like a buff dude anyway, so
yeah,
probably keeps a lot of
No.
trapped.
Nobody believes me on this. I heard the theory, but the Statue of Liberty is a man, not a woman. It's a man.
It looks like a man, but it was modeled supposedly after just his mother, who was, I guess, not a very
managed
woman.
Well, he's got some man boobs, but it's
Yeah, the face looks very manly.
Well, the French, what are you
square
gonna do?
jaw.
Yeah,
very square jaw.
And
The fact that he's wearing like a gown, I think, is what throws people off. Like the old.
It's a dude going to a toga party. That's what it is.
Yeah, right. Toga.
That's one of the things that the trans movement has really hurt, and that's ugly women. Because before you just look at a woman and you're like, oh, she's not very attractive. Now you're like, is that a dude?
You're right. They're muddying the waters a little bit. Right?
Like Jennifer Aniston.
I'm single. Right? People are saying Jennifer Aniston's a dude, and that's why Barack Obama wants to go with Jennifer Aniston, because he likes the he's done with the chocolate. He wants the white chocolate. He's done it, dude. He's so sick of running I formation football plays with Big Mike, and he's like, I just need a man that's a little bit more feminine,
No power I. He wants to go with the spread formation, is what you're saying.
Oh man, that's gold. So good.
It's like, dude, I'm so sick of the running back. I want to be a wide receiver.
That's even filthier. That wide.
Dude,
receiver.
I'm killing it right now with these puns.
That's one thing about Hoffcast. It is highbrow all the time. It's like masterpiece theater.
You know it. Dude, hey, I'm gonna let you guys talk for a second. I rest.
I'm just gonna welcome Mitz as a new member as well. Welcome, Mitz.
Yes. I saw that earlier. That was so awesome. Mitz is a long time. I know she's not watching right now because she can only normally watch for a little bit of time. But Mitz has been a long time bossette, and we love Mitz around here. I wish she would send me some more information. She used to send me some really deep, some really juicy things, things that she would come up with sometimes. And she's just a very sweet lady, and always glad to see like old bosses still come around sometimes. It makes me happy. You know what I mean? It makes me very happy that, especially now that we're doing every Sunday, I forgot to mention it, every single Sunday, people will know where to find me again. I think we'll start seeing old bosses and new come around. I mean, I'm very excited for it. I'm very excited. I'm excited for Hoffcast all around. I'm very happy with everything. So cheers, bosses.
Nice.
Anyways,
Usually
I'm
when
gonna go.
That's me and Tony talk. We just talk about Star Trek, and it ticks off.
I know. I come back and I'm like, fuck the Robin.
What are you talking about?
I'm like, I'll drop Captain Kirk. All right, I don't care. But
Oh my god!
See, Hoff, when you were a little kid in Canada, you didn't watch Star Trek at all.
Dude, I said something on the show earlier, and it sounded very Canadian. I was like, I hope Tristan's not watching because I sounded very Canadian. I remember
that attracted. He went, "Hang on." And
yeah, I
then he
think
was
that's
in-
what
in the
got him.
chat.
Yeah, I think that's what pulled him in. I mispronounced the word, and it was like very Canadian. The way
It would have
I
been
said
worse if you were wearing the Bret Hart glasses at the same time. Like that would have been it. It's like done.
I can put them on.
I was talking to my friend about this the other day. Have you ever met anybody from Minnesota? Did you think they were Canadian at first?
I've never met anyone in real life from Minnesota. No.
Dude, it's
I
just
don't
like
think
South
Minnesota's
Canada.
real.
It's just ice.
I've been there, so I know it's real. At least I was told that was Minnesota. It could have just been a big cover up.
That's true. I've never met anyone that's been like, "Hey, I'm from Minnesota." I've met people from a lot of states, but never ever Minnesota.
Really?
Yeah.
Jesse Ventura.
I've met Richard
never
Dean.
met
I've
Jesse
met
Ventura.
Richard Dean Anderson, who's from Minnesota. He's from Minneapolis.
You have met
But he-
Richard Dean Anderson.
Yeah,
Nice.
he was
Jack
awesome.
O'Neill's one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah, MacGyver. Yeah,
I'll be right back, Phyllis.
from Stargate.
Yeah.
Bringing it back to the Stargate program.
Have you watched MacGyver as an adult?
Sorry. Yes,
Have you ever
I
watched
did.
MacGyver as an
I
adult?
dusted it off a few years ago, and the early seasons are still fun, but it gets progressively worse real quick.
Yeah, I remember it being so great as a kid, and then I watched an
Yeah.
episode as an adult. He's on a tree limb, and he's got a rock, and this tree limb's about as big around as him, and he saws
Yeah.
through the tree limb. The bad
With a
guys are
rock.
coming to him, and he times it so the tree limb lands on the bad guys, and I'm like, no, that's not how reality works.
No.
You're not going to saw a tree limb with a rock, and you're
I
not
think
gonna
the
time it
episode.
so it
I
lands on
think
a guy.
even as a kid, the episode that killed it for me, and this is probably about season 7 anyway. But he climbs a mesa sort of structure, and there's like a drug cartel on this mesa, and he makes a ultralight aircraft out of the engine of a cement mixer, some wheels of a garbage bin, some wood poles, and garbage bags for the wings. And I'm just like, I'm gonna call bullshit on that one. On a fan, the fan blade for the engine, yeah.
Same episode, he was lighting pine cones on fire and throwing them at the cars and blowing up their tires. And I'm like,
Grenades.
no, that's not how that works. They do poof a little when you throw them in a fire,
Yeah,
but not
yeah,
enough
but
that
they
it's
don't
going to blow
explode.
up a tire.
No. The fun and games of television.
Yeah. A lot of the stuff you think is really great as a kid, you watch it and you're like, that was kind of dumb.
Yeah.
The G.I. Joe cartoon, though, I thought the same thing would apply to it, but then I watched it as an adult. And I'm like, you know what's really good for a cartoon trying to sell toys to kids? It's really
only ever watched that as an adult. I don't ever remember that cartoon being on TV here in Australia. I remember the movie coming out in the video stores, but I
Okay.
never saw the TV series. And I watched it, I think it was during COVID actually, because I had all 400 million episodes of it. And I watched it and I was like, this is really good. Like the only issue I really had was everyone seems to be able to fly Sky Strikers, and it's like,
Yeah.
what? And I'm like, no,
Nobody died.
that's why you have Air Force pilots and naval aviators to fly planes.
Yeah.
But Flint seems to be able to fly them, and Lady J seems to be able to fly. I'm like, all right, fine. And of course, everyone parachutes to safety when their plane gets shot down. But I think the episode that I laughed at the most was when they introduced Sergeant Slaughter, who I love. I love Sergeant Slaughter. I love him as a wrestler. I love him as a G.I. Joe. And he was one of the pieces of DNA that they used to make Serpentor. And all I could think of is just like, these guys are screwed, because when Sarge wakes up, he's going to beat everyone to death. And when he wakes up, he just he uses his fingernail to unscrew the lock on the cell door. I was like, yeah, you guys are done. Sarge is gonna just own you.
I leave for 2 minutes and I have
You know-
no fucking clue what you guys are
You
talking
know where
about.
Sergeant Slaughter trained? to be a wrestler?
No.
Minnesota. And thus
Nice.
it comes full circle.
Comes all back to Minnesota.
Baja Soda.
Baja Soda. And no Bob Dylan mentioned at all.
No.
Until now.
Don't speak that name on Hoffcast.
I'm not going to talk about Judy.
We don't talk about Judy at all. Bob Dylan is, the worst musician of all time ever. There's nobody worse that's ever created music. Not even Sexy Red.
He's the most overrated.
I keep singing like this.
Dude, Bob Dylan. Not only does his singing and guitar playing suck, but his singing sucks and his lyrics mean nothing. Dude, I loved when Dewey Cox was making fun of him. And Walk Hard. He's, I got a midget on my shoulder, little man. I like the mouse in the sky. It's like, none of his lyrics make any sense. The guy was high. Let's watch it again. Let's do it. Let's do it right now, okay? Because I won't let this one go either. In one of my favorite clips. And I won't let this go because there's no way that this guy was talented enough, period, to be a famous musician. So there's one explanation.
Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I made a bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
Yeah.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander
on this earth,
and on this earth, and then in the world we can't see.
Yeah. There's no way the guy sucks so bad. There's no way he didn't suck the devil's dick to get ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes when you're so desperate for attention, you suck the devil's dick to get ahead. And that's all Bob Dylan was desperate for attention and sold his soul.
Yeah. He got shortchanged.
The devil got shortchanged because the devil's going to have to listen to Bob Dylan for eternity in hell. He's going to be like, fuck, I shouldn't have taken that guy's soul. I'm so sick of hearing tangled up in love.
Maybe he's using the music to torture everybody else.
Okay, you might be onto something. Something. That's why it's like Bob Dylan, this guy, he's going to be a great torturer in hell. He even looks like Little Nicky's dad.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. In that interview.
Have you ever heard the theory that in 2012 the world did end and that we're all in hell?
Of course.
Just think about all the music that's coming out now, and it kind of fits that narrative. I mean,
I did see the movie 2012 and I felt like I was in hell.
Yeah, that was a bad
I think that movie was the worst, but let me tell you, I don't think the world ended in 2012. I think the world the things shifted when Harambe got killed. Dicks out. Harambe, once they shot Harambe, that's when everything changed, in my opinion. Now, I'm not the only person to think this. That was the tipping point for humanity as a whole, was when Harambe, we really found out who we were as a species and as human beings when Harambe got shot.
I blame CERN for Harambe getting shot.
I mean, that's as good as a blame as any.
I got no proof that they're not responsible, which is 100%
exactly
proof that they are.
Exactly. Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Dude, calling out CERN on my show, that's a bad idea, but hey, we'll take it.
Yeah, I think I'm closer to them than you are too, so I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you're closer to Switzerland, right?
Are you? We might be halfway between, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, use your atom smasher to get me. I dare you.
Dude, they've been doing it. I think the portal's already been opened. You ever seen the movie The Mist?
Yeah.
I think the portal's already been opened, and that's why we're seeing so much craziness, man. I think demons do. I think we see what about the drones, the UFOs, and everything? Like, what's going on with all that stuff, fellas?
I have a theory about the New Jersey drones.
I would love to hear it from you. Of course, go ahead. Love
to. Congress is trying to pass bills about air security now and give more powers to the federal government to respond quicker to things. If you wanted to freak people out and get a bunch more money for the industrial military complex, could you have done a better job than the New Jersey drones?
That's good a theory as any, yeah.
I mean, I don't know, but that's my theory.
Tristan, what did you think about the theory that they were scanning for radioactive material? Do you think that was a throw off, or do you think it was legitimate?
I don't know. It could be a throw off.
But that guy did you see the video of the guy who was like, I worked for these people and like I heard about this stuff, and like no one had ever seen this guy before. I showed it on Hoffcast, but
yeah. You always gotta, whenever there's a guy that's claiming stuff, there's a 50% chance that he's just wanting attention, and then there's about a 49% chance that he's a plant. And there's about a 1% chance he's genuine when a guy comes out like that.
So you're telling me there's no chance that it's ever genuine when you see something like that?
I'm not saying there's no chance, but it's very slim chance.
Yeah, the chance that it would get ground and traction and reach people would also be very small, right? Because once that got out, they would try to smash it out like a cigarette butt.
Yeah. And
that's the paranoia I live with, Preston.
Was in the industrial military complex. I wasn't involved with UFOs, but there's certain things you can't talk about, or you go to jail. You just can't talk about certain things.
That
and then
David
to come out
Grush
with something like that and say you would be risking going to jail. I mean, why would you even do that? You would.
Yeah, the David Grush guy. What do you think about him, Tristan? The UFO whistleblower. What do you think about that guy?
Yeah, same thing.
I mean, I talked about him. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
I have a different theory on UFOs. I don't know. I didn't work with UFOs or anything, but I don't think that they're physical aliens from another planet. I think it's some kind of ethereal beings that are posing as aliens. That's my theory anyway.
I think they're interdimensional, but what I'm asking is, do you remember that guy, David Grush? I think is his name, the whistleblower? Like, what I was saying way back then on Hoffcast, I said, there's no way this guy is walking in broad daylight out of this place without being shot.
Or arrested or something. Yeah.
If
he knows the truth. If he's telling the truth and he knows the truth, there's no way this guy's walking in broad daylight. There's no way.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so paranoid, man. That's why I'm so freaking and I don't know the answers to these questions, but my first instinct is when they tell me something is to not believe it. And be like, okay, this is throwing me off of the scent. They're trying to throw me off the scent a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But my nose is getting strong.
Absolutely.
Especially since I've been doing less cocaine.
Cocaine.
It's your New Year's resolution to cut back.
What's up, Tristan? I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
I was going to say, that's that your New Year's resolution is just to cut back on the cocaine a little bit this year?
I mean, no, actually, my resolution was actually to find cocaine that didn't have fentanyl.
It's a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah.
It's not to cut back. It's to find it without fentanyl.
Yeah.
To avoid getting killed.
I think that's fair.
Years ago,
I love cocaine, and I'll be honest with you. I'll be straight up. I was joking. I do love cocaine. I'm being honest there, but I haven't had cocaine in a very long time. So don't think that I've ever done Hoffcast recently. Would I do cocaine right now if someone put it in front of me? Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. But it's been a long time since I've done it, for sure. Yeah, I do. I'm so scared of the booger sugar now because you don't know what's in it. You don't know what you could be fentanyling yourself to the death, to the grave. So, like, the cocaine, dude.
Evil
I don't know
stuff.
what happened there. I think you can blame Mexico for that as well. So maybe we can start getting better cocaine around here once we, deport people.
That and once the military stops the cartels.
When I was a missionary, we were teaching a guy, and he came up and he was asking us, do you think it's a sin to go play bingo with the nuns and stuff on Sunday? And I said, Robert, why don't we focus on getting you off heroin first? And he's like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, that's gold. That is so gold. Oh man, that's brilliant. Oh, that's so good. Have priorities.
That one got me, man. That one got me good. That was awesome. Is that a true story?
That's a true story.
Fuck, it's even better now.
Dude was struggling.
Priorities, right?
Gotta have priority.
That was great.
That's brilliant.
So let me ask you guys. Actually, it's something I forgot to show on the show earlier that I really wanted to show. I definitely wanted to show this towards the end of the show, and I cannot do the show. I cannot end the show without showing this first. So let me look this up real quick. And Tony, you already know where I'm going, bud.
Okay.
This is like my favorite clip of 2025 so far. Hold on, let me see. Just find on maybe it'll be on X. Ride the snake.
I kind of like that name change because it made so many people mad, and I didn't really care about Twitter anyway.
I wonder if you can work that into his salute. I mean, you go X.
I wanted to talk to you guys about the salute. Yeah, it could have gone back to the sword fighting, dude. Why was it Trump or Elon Musk there to sword fight Trump and Vance? Like, I don't understand.
If we did, I would have doubled down on the Trump lander fucking meme I did.
Yeah, dude, you see, dude, there's a missed opportunity for JD Vance. Trump motioned. You watched the show, right? Trump motioned. Yeah. He said, "Hey, come dance with me."
I have a bad feeling that if even mockingly, if they were mucking around with swords, that the Secret Service might get in between that, just in case.
It could have been the greatest moment in American history.
It could have been. It could have been awesome.
You know what I mean? High risk, high reward. You know what I'm saying? You get
and drop the Village People for some Queen music, and it would have been awesome.
Yes,
Mama.
Flash Gordon soundtrack.
Not that song, but yeah.
Didn't mean to make it right. Dude, this clip is my favorite clip of all time.
Yes,
this is my favorite clip ever. Tristan, have you seen this clip, Theo Vaughn?
I do not.
It's about deportation.
Heard you got deported, dude. Bye. Heard you got deported, dude.
We're going to let play for a second.
Bye. Heard you got deported, dude. Bye.
It gets better.
Heard you got deported, dude. Bye. Heard you got deported, dude. Bye. Heard you got deported, dude.
This is one play for every deportation.
Bye.
As I said the other day, I got no sympathy for people getting deported back to Venezuela and then finding that their homes had been occupied because they abandoned them.
It happened.
Suck it,
dude. Dude, I'm so proud of my show tonight. I think I was very well spoken on the things that I was trying to say, and I'm reiterating now. But yeah, when that happens, like, I don't have sympathy for these people. I don't, because they don't come to America to be Americans. They come here to be shitheads and take advantage of our benefits. And if you want to come here and you want to be American, yes, let's go. Be
There's a way
American.
to do it.
But if you want to bring your own shit here, don't do it. Don't. You know what I mean? It's very simple. It's way more simple than any libtard fuckhead would ever make you believe it is. It's way more simple. If you want to be American, you're welcome. If you don't, you're not. It's that easy. I don't think it could be any easier than what I just said. You guys agree? Is it any simpler than that?
Oh no, actually, there's another thing that's part of Australia Day is new citizens. Basically, they get the oath and they become citizens, and I think it's great because it's like not just for Australia Day, but with the way you become a citizen of the United States is, you can't just rock on up and go, I want to be a citizen. It's like, well, no, you got to go through
Sometimes it takes years.
Yeah, you got to go through. You got to go through, and make sure that America is right for you as well. And then, you get grilled, you get quizzed.
As an American going to a different country, I would expect them to treat me the same.
Yeah,
as if I was, you know what I mean? Like if I was going to a different country to move, I would expect them to treat me the same. Like, you gotta play by our rules.
I would be expected to be quizzed on the history of the country, some of the rules and laws of the country. And unlike the former Veep, know the actual know how to actually say your actual God, I can't remember what I was talking about. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But
national anthem.
My brain's on Pfizer. It's fucked up. I can't remember.
History.
But
you buy
your Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry. Know your Pledge of Allegiance. But it's one of those things that I think it's important that you need to know that you're going to a country that has different laws to you, what you're used to. You need to be able to fit in properly. And if you don't go through all that, you stay who you currently are. And
I don't walk
you're not joining a country, you're just like occupying it.
Yeah, Tony, I don't walk into a gay bar and I'm like, hey, I want to straighten this place out.
Got something to put in you.
Great analogy.
You could do it. You could do it.
I actually, you're right. You're right, Tristan. I could.
Bye. Heard you got deported, dude. Bye.
A bunch of gay dudes see me. They're like, I don't even want that twink.
Heard you got deported, dude.
I can't get enough of it. I can't.
Bye.
I can't get enough of it.
Heard you got deported, dude.
One for every deportation.
You should make it your ringtone on your phone.
I would love that. I have an iPhone though, so.
Oh, so you're a commie.
Technically.
And if you do that, don't eat at a Mexican restaurant and have your phone ring because you don't want to piss off people who are serving your food. It's just a bad idea.
Step number 1. Don't go to a Mexican restaurant. Go to McDonald's.
Get takeout.
Well, you're okay at Taco Bell. That doesn't count as a Mexican restaurant.
Dude, okay. I'm not trying to be a food snob. I'm not. I like fast food. I love McDonald's. McDonald's is disgusting, but I love it. I think it's delicious. But I can't do Taco Bell. I can't eat it. It's to
Taco
me.
Bell's not Mexican, Hoff. Come on.
You're right. They used the little chihuahua there from it, You quiero Taco Bell,
Taco Bell's like somebody that saw a picture of a taco and then decided to make it based on the pictures that they saw and don't know
it's turned a tortilla. It's disgusting. Like I just don't like Taco Bell, man. It's horrible. And I know like a lot of people love Taco Bell. But I worked there. It was one of my first jobs ever. I worked at Taco Bell. I worked there for I think 4 or 5 months. And this is back in probably 2007. And working there had no influence on whether or not I like the food, but I actually feel bad for Taco Bell workers because I don't think I could go back and work at Taco Bell. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a rough job. Yeah, it doesn't have to be rough, obviously. It depends on how good your Taco Bell is. You know, if you want to involve yourself in your job, then you can have a great Taco Bell. But in my experiences, they're all it's like walking into a rest area and being like, hey, what can you give me from the toilet?
My sister used to work there, and she said that they had to keep stirring the hamburger because if you didn't stir it, it would like automatically separate. It's like,
yeah,
that's not what beef does naturally.
No.
What is that they're serving
No.
there? You know, what did they put in that?
It was, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't think it's good for anybody. And then remember when they had the big call out on years ago about like, say it's not real beef? You remember that? I don't know if you guys, I mean, I don't expect Tony to remember that, but
few places that did that.
and then they started serving different beef. It's like, well, what? I kind of like the old crap. What is this? I know it's not real now either, but they had to meet regulations, you know, in order to sell it as that. And, you know, now we have, fellas, I want to ask Treston about this. I'm very curious about his opinion. We now have RFK Jr. out here telling us we cannot have certain dyes in our foods. What, Treston, are you a fan of RFK Jr. or not? Do you like me or no?
You know, in principle, I like some of the stuff that he says, but then other things, like he's kind of gone back on the vaccines now that he's been put in place. And I'm like, he's starting to backtrack on some things.
Yeah,
and I like the idea of having freedom and maybe holding some of the large corporations to account, you know, because there's a lot of corporations, drug corporations that are just messing people over. But some of his ideas of regulations could really just hurt a lot of small businesses if they're put into place. So it just depends on how it's all
Really? I've never
enforced.
heard that one.
Yeah.
What I do know is that his wife is huge into the jabberoni. Not only that, but she was Larry David's wife on Curb Your Enthusiasm. Larry David, a well-known comedian.
Little Hat Man.
You thought I was going to say something else, didn't you?
Oh, okay.
And I'm just like Charlie from It's Always Sunny, making connections on the board, and they don't go anywhere. You know, that's me. That's my life.
Should stop drinking paint.
Is Miller Lite made of paint? No, I get it. No, show me your tongue.
That always cracks me up and Always Sunny.
Did you eat a lot of paint chips as a kid?
Why?
Why do people ride buses?
What is the deal?
What's up with airplane peanuts?
Can't eat peanuts, can't eat tree nuts. Why don't I have a party?
Hey, let me have it.
Can't eat peanuts, can't eat tree nuts. What happened to my party? She said, go ahead and slap me. Go ahead and slap me.
That's never going to get old.
What do you think about James Carville, Treston?
Oh, he's a hack.
I love him. He is a hack, but I like his shtick, you know.
Just the good old boy presentation, or
yeah, that's his mama's hoodie.
She said, go ahead and slap me. Go ahead and slap me.
But he's right about some things. He's not for the progressive liberal agenda.
Yeah, he's more of a Clintonite.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Of course, that's where he came up. He's old as hell. He looks like the guy. He looks like the guy from Scrooged that was hanging out of Bill Murray's window.
I still think he looks like the guy from the Six Flags ad.
Or that.
Yeah.
We might get flagged for bloody Venga Boys though.
She said, "Go ahead and slap me. Go ahead and slap me."
Do you got Six Flags in Australia?
No.
Okay.
I've never been to one. I just know that ad.
Okay.
But yeah.
That thing went viral.
No, we have some places that have rides and stuff, but I'm not much of a. I don't really care for those sorts of things. I've never been a rides kind of guy.
I think it's more fun when you're a kid than when you're grown up.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't have a family.
Tristan, the issue with me was like when I was a kid, I was kind of scared of roller coasters. And then I got to an age in my teenage years where I was like, I like roller coasters. They're fun. They're extreme. And then like now, I'm in my 30s and I've been watching all of these videos on YouTube about people getting their limbs removed or dying on rides. And I'm like, well, I'm out. I'm out completely. I don't want to even go on.
That's an extreme roller coaster.
Yeah, I don't even want to go on. It's a small world after all. I don't want to. I got stuck on, dude, back when I was a kid, I was like 11 years old. I got stuck on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride for like 32 minutes. And it was the most torturous 32 minutes of my life.
So you're saying you don't want to be on a ride and then become Torso Boy?
No.
You might get a cartoon or an action figure. Torso Boy sounds pretty catchy.
Yeah, especially in Albuquerque.
I had my tray table up and my seat back in the full upright position. I had my tray table up and my seat back in the full upright position. And the on-flight movie was Biodome with Pauly Shore.
I ran out of peanuts.
I had my tray table up.
So good, that song.
I'm glad I'm not a flight attendant. That would be one of the worst jobs.
I'd be punching people in the throat daily.
Yeah. Stuck on that little plane for hours with just people that are frustrated because they just went through the airport, which is a miserable experience. So they're not in a good mood.
Dude, I remember when my dad one time, like my parents, I was very good at school because I went to a school that had a very low bar for like, being smart. So I seemed like I was a very smart kid at my school. So like I excelled, but they didn't have the standard very high in here in Ohio. That's why we were failing China back in the 90s and still to this day. But regardless, that's why I'm not good at math. Regardless, my parents would be like, hey, you'd be a great lawyer or pilot. And my parents would be like, hey, you should be a pilot. My dad would be like, hey, you should be a pilot. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I can't do algebra. What the hell are you talking about? I should be a pilot. It was ridiculous. Like I never expected the things out of myself that my parents did. You know what I mean? Like I never saw myself as a lawyer or a pilot, but my parents did. Can you see me? Can you see this? Can you ever see this as a pilot or a lawyer? Fuck no, dude. It's not what I'm meant to be.
There's only two things you need to know as a pilot: up and down.
What?
Yeah, there's only two things you need to know as a pilot: up and down.
Up and down.
Yeah. You don't need to know.
I am not ever going to let you fly me, Tony.
The rest of it's just instinct
anywhere.
Yeah, it's
just stick and rudder. That's it.
Roll with it.
It's nothing to it.
But
I remember the last time I was on a plane. We were in a storm and the plane was descending to land in Brisbane, and we got almost through the storm clouds, and I could see the lights of the city because it was at night, and there was like a shift because of turbulence, and the pilot light went back up over the storm, and I said louder than I probably should have, "Fucking pussy." Everyone looked at me.
You're gonna get walked out of that place.
It's like, let me up to the flight deck. I'll put this plane on the ground.
You're about to be put in the back in a straitjacket.
I don't think anyone disagreed with me though on the plane. We had to spend another 2 hours circling because the pilot goes, "Oh, there's clouds and lightning." Oh.
Let's not forget, gentlemen. Let's not forget.
Your time right now, 6:45. Let's take a look at some of the morning's top headlines.
Starting with a woman who was removed from a Dallas flight after an outburst has now gone viral. Take a look.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
She's so hot.
And you can sit on this plane and you can die with them or not. I'm not going to.
As you just heard, the woman was pointing to the back on the plane saying someone was not real. American Airlines confirms the plane was heading from DFW to Orlando, but had to return to its gate due to this woman's outburst.
Can you believe, dude? There were theories about that lady, about like that she was abducted right after that, and the person they put out after months later was not her, and the footage and everything. They really covered it up. Crazy.
She could have stayed with me. I would have looked after her.
So hot, but I mean, she's so hot. But the lady they put out afterwards, I mean, they did interviews. We never got. Dude, this is the problem with what's going on, man. We never get answers to anything. It's always just a story with no end. And almost everything nowadays, the drones, the plane lady, just like, I mean, I could name a million examples, but it just seems like, is that what the media does? It's just like they throw out a story sensationalized, and they don't give a crap if we get closure on it or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Is that what, I mean, it feels like we're getting played with.
Oh, yeah. They've been messing with us for decades.
Being rhetorical. I'm being rhetorical, but yeah.
There's.
I mean, I wish I knew what happened to the real plane lady. I could save her.
The media I trust less than a used car salesman who's trying to sell me on the extended warranty.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because at least when you go to a used car lot, you know you're going to get screwed.
Well, I could have a good look at a T-bone by sticking my head up a bull's ass.
Really?
Wouldn't you rather take the butcher's word for it? Yeah. How do we have people watching right now? It's 2 a.m. I want to thank everyone for, if you're watching right now.
Give me one.
Hit the thumbs up button for me, by the way. Justin Christopher, he's not new. He's my boy. What's up, man?
And he's quoting
we're out here. Is anybody out there? It's not. Yeah. We're
quoting.
Hello. Is there
anybody out
there? It's not if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Great song.
Yeah.
Comfortably numb. So good.
Love that song, man.
You know, I'll take Pink Floyd over Led Zeppelin.
Me too. Oh, absolutely.
I love them both, but Led Zeppelin, it's more my because I play guitar and
fair enough. Yeah.
Led Zeppelin is more of a sexual sort of rock and roll and bang it out, and Pink Floyd is definitely more cerebral, where you think about things, and I enjoy both. You know, I think that's a good comparison. Like a lot of people do, like, what's yours, Beatles or Stones? And I don't like either. But
I prefer the Stones to the Beatles.
I do too, actually. I would prefer the Stones to the Beatles, but when it comes to Zeppelin and Floyd, man, I love them both. The difference between Pink Floyd is so confusing on their discography because they had a lot of changes in the band over the years. So like now you have to pick eras. Like, do I like David Gilmour or do I like Roger Waters? You know, all of that becomes part of it.
That's actually really a valid point because I remember when Waters left. Well, yeah, but vaguely remember, but I remember when Waters left and he said, "No, Pink Floyd's over. That's it. It's done. I'm leaving." And Gilmore just went, "Oh, okay." And then he did Momentary Lapse of Reason, which is probably my favorite album. And I was just
Dude,
like,
David
"Yeah,
Gilmour-
Floyd's not gone."
David Gilmour's guitar playing is enough for me to,
Stick
love
around.
it. I mean,
Yeah.
for stick around. David Gilmour is one of the, like, he might not be the quickest or the best or most technical, but the feeling that David Gilmour puts into his strings is something I've never been able to match. With all me, like, just practicing scales and being technical, like the things that David Gilmour does. It's not something that you learn through textbooks. It's a feeling. That's why I love it. It's because you can't make that. You can't recreate it. I'm sorry. I'm very passionate about guitar playing.
Sorry, no, I was Justin's quote saying, "I like Floyd and I like Israel, so I have Roger and both against."
Roger Waters did that whole Nazi thing, right? Like he. But I thought that was a satire. I thought it was like he was like making fun of Nazis, like where he did the gun and everything. He had the jacket, Like I thought it was parody. I don't know enough about it to.
I think he got called out on some things, and he just doubled down. He was just so pissed off at people that he just did it to piss them off.
Yeah, how dare you call me out? Yeah,
I respect Roger Waters' work, but I've seen him in interviews. He seems like a little bit of a smug prick.
Yeah, he's a prick. Yeah. I mean, he's a talented prick.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. But yeah. But Led Zeppelin, you go to Led Zeppelin, and you're like, well, you know what those guys were doing? They were banging women with fish. They're sticking fish up cooters.
With fish.
And
there's a fish in the percolator.
There's a fish in the percolator for sure.
I know what that means now.
1976 tour.
I actually watched Twin Peaks this last
couple
weeks.
How much? All of it?
I've watched all 3 seasons now.
What? So what do you think?
So I love the way that the second and the third seasons ended. That you're just like, what the heck? I love that. The way that it just left you hanging and it didn't make
no
sense.
spoilers here, by the way. No spoilers for anyone who hasn't watched, because I respect it. I know the show's been out a long time, but I respect it too much to spoil it. You can't really spoil a Twin Peaks, though. You could tell somebody the ending and it wouldn't matter. Honestly, am I wrong?
But the reason season 2's finale is so good is because Lynch came back and directed it and wrote it.
You're right.
And then season 3 is 100% just him. Like, so good.
I mean, you didn't love Wyndham Earl?
Wyndham Earl was great.
I love Wyndham Earl. I had to come around to him. Justin says, dude, I'm so glad you're here right now, Justin Christopher, man. I appreciate everything you send me. Dude, you send me some really good stuff. He says, much like Mark Hamill, we love Mark Hamill here. Roger Waters is still talking to us every day on social media. Yay. See, Mark Hamill, I try to get blocked by him, and it turns out he doesn't block anybody. He just leaves like a coward. He can't handle it. He's like, I am strong. I don't block anybody because I'm above that. And then he just cowards out. And he's like, I'm going to Blue Sky. It's Mark Hamill, dude.
Sure.
I love Luke Skywalker. But man, you see that thing degenerate into what he's become, drinking the green milk from the titty. Oh, it's disgusting what Mark Hamill has become, dude. It's a shell of, it doesn't even seem like the same person. And you see people like this that are so into their convictions and what they believe in. And it's just like, how can you be this into, like, are you just like so into it that you can't backtrack now because you ever caught somebody in a lie, Tristan and Tony, and they have to keep like going into it?
Yeah, because it's gone too far.
That's what it feels like with Mark Hamill. It's like a lot of these people, they've been caught in a lie, and they just have to keep going with it.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen if they decided to admit the truth?
It's
Maybe
like
get some respect. maybe they'd get some respect, you know?
I would respect. I respect once people for pulling out that and going, "Yeah, all right, I was full of shit." You know, it's like, fine, okay, that's fair
Like
enough.
Costanza when he had the house in the Hamptons and he just wouldn't tell the truth.
Love it. Snoop, what's your horse's name? Snoopy and Prickly Pete. I love that episode. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
In the end, where they're like, "We don't like you, George. We blame you for her death." And then he just kind of stares.
He's like,
Yeah,
I know.
Wanawanga. Yeah, Wanawanga.
Yeah, that's dude. I love that episode. Snoopy and Prickly Pete.
Hey, Jim.
There's no house in the Hamptons. There's no Snoopy. There's no Prickly Pete.
There's 16 people that were on Seinfeld and Twin Peaks, which is an incredible.
And also
amount of
probably like
people to be
Breaking
able to
Bad,
do it.
dude. They're all part of it, you know. Like,
Yeah, so many great character actors are in that show.
dude, a lot of people in Seinfeld went on to do. A lot of the times you'll be like, oh, he was in Seinfeld. They were in Seinfeld. Like, Tim Watley was played by Bryan Cranston, Breaking Bad. You know,
Yeah, the dentist. Yeah,
the greatest sitcom of all time also had an actor of the greatest drama of all time besides Twin Peaks. It's Twin Peaks first, Breaking Bad second, but yeah. Jim, what's up, man? You want to come by? I'm not going to be live too much longer, but if you want to come by and say hi, you're more than welcome to. I'll put the invite in there one more time.
it sounds so dire to say. I'm not going to be live too much longer.
Oh well, not alive. I said live.
It still sounds horrible.
How about Deputy Hawk? I love Hawk.
Hawk is great. Hawk
Yeah.
is fantastic.
You know, I think that they should have done a spin-off, like a movie trilogy, just about the log lady.
Yeah, well,
she was great. She was so
played by Jennifer Lawrence. What's up, Jim?
Just another wonderful Monday morning.
Good, man.
I went to sleep waiting for the show to start, and I just woke up.
Dude,
nice.
Story of my life.
It might be about the bunnies.
Story of my life.
If I get too loud making coffee, let me know, and I'll mute my microphone.
It's all good.
As long as it's a damn fine cup of coffee, we don't mind.
Damn fine coffee.
Coffee prices are about to go up.
I like that. I've never drinking. I had my cup of coffee and my cherry pie while talking about Twin Peaks on my video. It was good. I liked it.
Now look, Tony.
Delicious.
Look, hey, everybody watching right now, I want you to know that Tony has put up some really good content recently. And I really enjoyed his Twin Peaks video, like a lot. Like I was so into it. Like he speaks about Twin Peaks in a very poetic, sincere, passionate way. And I really like that video, Tony, man. I think everyone should watch it, man.
Well, thank you.
Go to Tony's channel and check that out, dude.
I put up my Deadwood one. Like it finished uploading about, I don't know, half an hour ago or something. So
nice.
I have a team of bees in my stomach, and my shoes are on fire.
Gordon Cole, so good.
What you are witnessing is how's it go? Quarter view moment of two adults sharing a tender moment.
God,
See, I thought he was much better in season 3. There were times
he was so dirty in season 3.
Before when he was just yelling so loud, I had to turn the TV down. I was like,
stop. Because he say, "Oh, you've gotten." When Albert goes, "Oh, you've gotten soft," Gordon, he goes, "Not where it counts."
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
I was like, "Wow, Gordon, you dirty, dirty man."
Not where it counts.
Oh man, so many of those actors have passed on now. It's so sad.
Yeah.
guys were talking about actors and actresses that were in Seinfeld and then in another series and
Yeah.
such. The Twilight Zone. A lot of famous people was in the Twilight Zone as beginning
Oh,
career.
yeah. Oh. I remember
And
watching. I remember watching an episode of that at random. I just picked one at random, and it was like some pocket universe where two countries were at war, and there was a survivor of each army, and one of them was Charles Bronson, and the other was Elizabeth Montgomery from Bewitched, and I was like, wow.
Yep.
That was just so random to see those two
Charles
in that.
Bronson
Yeah.
was a big hero of mine for many years, still is, because vigilante, and I mean, not really in real life. He's probably a pansy in real life,
Probably
but
was.
as the Death Wish guy, dude, he didn't. He went all in. If you killed any of his multiple wives while they were eating ice cream, well, then you were in for a death wish. All right. And that was the plot of every movie. Every movie, he had a new wife and they'd be eating ice cream and they get killed by a mafia and then he'd have to get revenge. That was 5 movies in a row, the same plot.
I think one was his daughter, but yeah.
Yeah, they're all getting ice cream though. For some reason, I'm no idea. He's always getting ice cream for him.
I'd say being an architect is stressful work.
Paul
Tony?
Kersey. That was his name. Paul Kersey. That was the character's name. It took a minute.
Tony, what's the Star Trek connection to Death Wish?
Bloody Deanna Troi was in number 3.
Yep, that's it. So many people miss that.
Marina
You want to get
Sirtis.
real nerdy around here? Well, then that's how you go.
Damn.
She was one of my favorite characters.
Comments from the Super Coach.
The British version of Sherlock Holmes, she was also in an episode of that.
British version of Sherlock Holmes. I thought other than Elementary, they were all British.
I never knew there was like a Chinese version of Sherlock Holmes. Like, what do you?
That Haitian version of Sherlock Holmes.
The ones with Jeremy Britt.
Yeah, that was great.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, I think he's the tippy top of Sherlock Holmes.
Haitian version of Sherlock Holmes. Dude, I'm seeing it in my head right now.
Karate Girl. It's a Turkish movie. Greatest death scene ever.
I know the one you're talking about. I know the movie you're talking about. Oh, so good. I think I broke off.
Oh. Now we talk about him.
The Haitian version of Sherlock Holmes. He was defeated by the Clintons.
You guys aren't buying this whole Ohio thing, right? He's Canadian, right?
He does like hockey.
Yeah.
That's enough evidence.
If you were to draw a picture of a Canadian, it would pretty much come out as Hoff. Just his skin tone, his hair, his face.
Bret Hart glasses.
Yeah.
That would be a great movie. Hoff invades Canada.
You know, with AI, that's possible. You could actually make that movie.
Absolutely. Where's he going? Oh, there he is. I was gonna start talking about Star Trek just to bring him back.
I had to drain the lizard, bro.
Oh, fair enough. I thought the Haitian Sherlock Holmes broke you.
It did. That's why I had to pee. I lost control of my bladder. But I don't know about Star Trek.
Well, that's okay. It's not for everybody.
I'm too old.
You should start with new Star Trek. You'll love it. No, that didn't work.
New
Couldn't
Star
say it
Trek
was
makes
for me.
new Star Wars look good. It's so bad.
Dude, it's Star. I'm done with I'm done with stars. I'm done with anything that has a star in the title. I'm done with it.
Stargate, Operation Stargate.
Dude, I'm done with that. I'm done with it before it even started.
We could have called it Skynet.
$500 billion to AI. Let's go. Let's go. $500 billion to AI. Let's go.
Stargate.
Yeah.
Oh, you never asked me.
Well done. That's a good one, Justin. She was a great screamer, though. She screamed so well.
Jacques Renault, Renault, but yeah, he kind of looked like Dan Schneider from Nickelodeon a little bit.
At least
he's also a creep.
D. Snyder from bloody Twisted Sister.
What?
So at least he didn't look like D. Snyder from Twisted Sister.
Oh yeah. We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore.
What do you want to do with your life? I want to rock.
Dude, that guy, I love that guy. I love the guy who's what do you want to do with your life?
You know that guy's
Who
fun.
are you?
Straight out of Animal House.
Yep.
That guy was in some things back then, it was fun.
Yeah.
Alex Lifeson, you making Rush references? It's a Snyder? How do I not know that reference as the biggest Rush fan that ever lived? Wow. Justin.
There you go.
Give me the reference point, man. I should know that. As the biggest Rush fan that ever lived.
Is a Canadian group, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it is. There's more
well,
evidence.
Tristan, it's unfortunate that you're here to keep pushing that on me. I love that you're here, but I mean, the fact that you have so much merit behind it makes me a little upset because I got no defense. I have no defense on what you're saying about me being Canadian. I'm not Canadian. I've never been to Canada, but I have no defense on every time you call me out on it. All right. I'm not about that action.
Good one, Hoff. Good one. Snuck it in. Although I bet Hoff probably like Canadian bacon.
I like real bacon. I mean, Canadian bacon's fine too. It's just ham.
Yeah,
it's just ham.
That's the second Canadian guy that's told me that now.
Mother.
Walked into that one.
I'm not Canadian. I'm an honorary Canadian, but I love hockey. I love Rush. Justin Bieber's not that bad, but maple syrup's delicious.
Maple syrup
Bret
is
Hart,
delicious.
but you didn't even know Bret Hart was from Canada, which is weird.
That's a hate crime. Yes.
Oh, and the other TV series that had so many stars that was in, it touches everywhere, is Perry Mason.
Oh, God, yeah, that show went forever.
Yeah.
Back
when they had 40 episodes a year instead of this measly 13.
Yeah. I grew up with that stuff, but as someone who's a fan of the law, he's a terrible attorney. Just the amount of times where he's just screaming at the person in the witness box, and it's like, objection, badgering the witness. Come on. It's like, God, what the heck is
Well,
going on?
it was in the script.
This
I
is
know.
true. D. Snyder was really about the jab for a long time.
Yeah,
you know,
he
it's
was,
wild.
which really disappointed me.
Yeah.
I don't
How
know
can you be like, we're not gonna take it, and be like, hey, I want to take it?
Well,
Like-
how is a band called Rage Against the Machine just complete sellout pussies?
Oh yeah, they're the anti-establishment band that mocks anybody
Hey,
that's not with the
I'm gonna
establishment.
take it. Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna keep taking it every fall season.
And then have a stroke.
Mulholland Drive was meant to be a TV series, but cut into a film. I haven't watched that.
It's different.
Rage on Behalf of the Machine, of course.
Oh, that's good.
Change their name, Pop. Just change their name.
They should just stop.
Yeah.
They should.
What else were we talking about, Tony? I said that they should just stop doing Resident Evil movies.
Yeah.
They should have never existed.
Because none of them are good.
They should. You want to know the Resident Evil story? Play the game.
Play the
You
video
know,
game.
like you don't need to make a shitty movie about it every year and a half. Like the Resident Evil movies are so bad, it's unbelievable. They're unwatchable, and the amount of time and money and effort that goes into so much shit, even currently to this day, right now, with Marvel putting out like Captain America. You know, it's
the only
unbelievable.
thing that they did, the only thing that I'll give them credit for was Mila Jovovich wearing 2 tiny pieces of paper as a costume. That was pretty good. But aside from that,
now Justin said the animated ones are fine. Yeah, that's different. I've watched
the animated ones are part of the continuity of the game.
That's not
But,
the
yeah.
same as the
But
freaking dumb crap that
The,
they've been
the
doing.
actors they picked to play like Chris Redfield or bloody or Leon was like, what the?
It's painful to watch. And
Play one of these games.
What Tony sent me to, I think today, was that Zach Kreger from Whitest Kids You Know will be directing a new Resident Evil.
Yeah. He's
That's
getting
crazy.
paid a gallon of PCP to do it.
I mean, maybe they'll make it good. The only thing I saw was that it's going to stay faithful, but they always say that. They always say that. And the studios twist it eventually, and you get a bad cut at the end.
Yeah.
Dude, every time. You're like, oh, I'm going into this with some
I'd rather they be upfront about it and go, it's a reimagining, and go, cool, I'm not going to watch it.
anything, dude. The Resident Evil movies, they gotta stop. They have to stop. Games, keep pouring the games on. I love the games, but the movies and the shows and everything, they gotta end, dude. It's nobody likes it. It doesn't represent what the games are. Period. Like if you play Resident Evil like I do, and I love the games, and you watch the movies or the shows, you're like, this is not the same vibe. Period. It's not. It's just a name that's slapped on to something different. You know.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Mia Jovovich is hot, but
she is. It's ridiculous.
Not enough to make me want to watch.
My
Resident
other
Evil.
thing that I bitch about with Resident Evil movies is what the heck is the end game of Umbrella? Because you've just killed the planet. Who's going to buy your virus? Everyone's dead.
This is my argument about eugenics and depopulation going into a real level, Tony.
All right, bring it on.
And my theory, I think I have a very good theory about this, is that it's easier to control less people.
Oh, yeah.
If you have a smaller group to control, it's easier to control them. Now, you might not be benefiting as much, and you might not have as much perceived power as you might want, but your job is ultimately easier, and you have way less risk of an uprising or a revolution.
Well, compare the population of my country to your country, and then look at gun control in both countries. And it's like, yeah, there's 26 million in this country versus 330 odd in the United States. Of course, it's easier to control Australia with gun control because there's less of it.
Man, that's the first time I've ever heard that, Tony. And I wish I could save what you just said because that was so freaking smart and so on point.
It's live.
And Australia.
We're live. Yeah, we got it saved. You're right. Yeah. You're right. But I mean, I wish I could like clip that and put that on a short and let everybody in the world see what you just said because that was so freaking smart and on point. What you just said, dude. That might be the smartest thing anyone's ever said on Hoffcast, including myself. I'm not smart.
The big thing, like what you were saying about Australia, is most of the people live in a few big cities. There's not a lot of people that live rurally in Australia.
No, we're all around the outside.
That's
There's
crazy.
People inside.
Because the outback's too dangerous.
It's a desert too.
Nobody wants to go in a fucking desert with a bunch of big
nobody
spiders.
wants to live in the interior.
But that's why Point Gap is where it is.
All in one place. Than if there's
that's why the U.S. government put Point Gap there. It's like, yeah, no one gives a fuck about.
How much to buy the outback?
A couple bucks.
Couple bucks? I'll buy it. I'll buy the outback.
I love the cheese fries.
Dude, I love the blue and onion.
See,
that's not even Australian. No, it's
not. But here in America,
I'd never heard of that thing, and people going, "Oh, what are they? You know, how are they in Australia?" I went, "We don't have that.
You ain't got no blue and onion."
No, it's American.
I got lost once in Busan, Korea, and we were driving around trying to find where we were getting to, and we ran into 6 different Outback steakhouses there. I'm like, how many freaking Outbacks are they? And it wasn't the same one.
You know what's sad, Tony? It's not that. What's. I'm sorry.
I was about to say something. Going, Justin, we're already at Mad Max now.
No, Tony. What's sad is the fact that. What's not sad is the fact that Outback is selling bloomin' onions and they're not Australian. It's the fact that we're selling bloomin' onions and you don't have them in Australia.
The funny thing is,
you see what I'm saying? Like, you should have it.
That name sounds Australian because the way an Australian would say it, going, I like some bloomin' onions.
Dude, let me find the commercial, bloomin' onion.
Bloomin' onion
commercial, dude.
Because that isn't as bloomin'.
We got the bloomin' onion.
And bloomin', good way of not swearing while trying to swear.
Bloomin' onion, you cunt.
Come onions. So what's this trailer for? Until Dawn. If they got the cast of that game in the movie, it would be probably okay. But yeah, that game was actually pretty good.
I'm going to cut out in about 5 minutes, guys.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Good to see you.
We all are. But I'll be backstage for a minute. But I can't find the bloomin' onion ad. Is this
bloomin' onions?
Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. I think I found an old one.
Nice.
I think I found an old one.
John Madden.
Guess they're not home.
Mom?
Hit it.
Dad? You'll find any excuse to go out back for our perfectly grilled shrimp and fresh Atlantic salmon.
Son! You're breaking up.
Outback Steakhouse.
They showed the bloomin' onion, but they didn't.
I've seen them, but yeah, it's not an Australian thing. But yeah,
bloomin' onion.
It looks delicious, but yeah.
It is delicious. It is. And it comes with a zesty sauce that will make you cream your pants as soon as it goes in your mouth.
Delish.
Like, it's so good. I don't even like onions, dude. I don't like onions.
I know we've talked about this a lot.
But a bloomin' onion, dude, it's deep fried. And then you dip it in a zesty sauce and it's caramelized. It's delicious.
Explode in your
mouth. And it's a shame that you don't have it in Australia, but they're presenting it in America as Australia cuisine.
Explode in your mouth like little diamonds of flavor. Makes me want to burn this motherfucking.
Burn them.
Go on, Hoagie, let's burn this motherfucker. I'm never going to get bored with that interaction.
I think the devil was a side told you.
I had to.
You gotta. It's got to be done.
That's the story of my life, man. Like, I don't have a size 12 shoe, but you have to pretend that you do in order to keep the devil, to kick the shit out of the devil in his face.
13 shoes.
Yeah.
So I can really kick the devil.
Oh, I mean, I think kicking the devil, no matter what size shoe, is a good idea.
Oh, I'm gonna beat the crap out of that devil.
You know what I mean? You can be size 9. You can be size 7.5. You could be size 15 even, and you can kick the devil in the face with a shoe, whatever size shoe. I think it's a good idea. You know what I mean? I think it's a good idea.
Before your show started, I was like dicking around on Instagram. I saw a reel, and it was a guy put a sticker on the back of his car that said "honk if you worship the devil" or something like that. And a guy honks the horn at him. And the trunk opens up, and there's a guy dressed as Jesus just shaking his head like. And I'm like, that is brilliant. That's
very good. It's very good. It's very good. Well, we'll wrap this show up tonight, fellas. I love so much that you guys were able to join me. I had such a fun time with tonight's show. Hopefully everything went well in retrospect. But before we head out here, anyone, Tony, you wanna promote anything? I'll go around the list here.
Just if you're interested in some of my terrible content,
it's great.
I've got some old stuff up. I've started doing new content in the last few weeks. So on my channel. Sorry,
you're a liar. Your content's fantastic. Stop being humble. You got more people need to see it. But yeah.
But also, I'd like to thank everybody in the chat. Justin, you've been absolutely awesome in the last.
Love Justin.
Absolutely brilliant. But thank you to everybody else, and of course, thank you to Mitz for becoming a member as well.
Dang, dude, he's a way better host than I am, and it's not even his show. Like, thank you, Tony. Dude, you're so good at this, man. Tristan, dude, it's always a pleasure to have you around. You share the same vibe of humor, and we're still unsure whether you're not deep state or not. But anything you want to say before we?
Well, the agency won't let me promote anything of my own, but I will say that you should put brown gravy on a chicken fried steak. So I encourage everybody out there to do that.
I don't know if this is a joke or not, but I love it, dude. If this is a joke, Tristan, which I don't believe it is, it's the best ongoing joke I've ever seen in my life.
I think
I honestly believe at this point you're telling the truth. So yeah, brown gravy is going to be great.
White gravy, that's communism to me. White gravy.
See, I don't mind white gravy, but I prefer brown. So
no, brown gravy is the only way to go.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
Look, I'll take any gravy I can get.
Love the drones. They are our friends.
It's the same thing as, hey, when you see these robots out there, be nice to them. They'll remember. They store information. You know, remember Tony when Tim Dillon was talking about be nice to the subway bots.
The robot dog, yeah.
They'll remember. They'll keep that information.
Just remember when Operation Stargate goes pear-shaped and the robots fight back, they'll remember who the nice people are.
That's what you got to be. You know, you got to be a Trump supporter and you got to be on the side of the robots. Jim, you still with us?
I'm here. Brown gravy on minute steak that's been chicken fried is delicious. Absolutely delicious.
It's very
and yes. Anybody interested? We had and Hoff, I know this isn't unusual for you guys, but for around here, we were below freezing for like 5 days. The high was not above 20 something. and I was able to get out to a couple of frozen waterfalls and get a couple of videos.
You've
So
been
if you're
posting a lot
interested in
lately,
seeing,
man. I love it, dude. You've been posting some really gorgeous things. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead and describe what you've been posting. I really enjoy it.
that's about it. It's all the waterfalls or falls that I have posted in the past, but usually it was warmer weather. This is just with ice and snow around them, and to me it looks fantastic. Anybody who's interested in nature, feel free to drop by. I'm not monetized. I'm not monetized because I really don't want commercials interrupting nature.
That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. And I really like, dude. I think the internet needs things like that, where you can just take a break from all the madness and just see some gorgeous stuff, dude. You're doing a real service to the internet.
Yeah, no, they're fantastic videos. They're really good. They're really
Like of all the for the millions of me on the internet, to have a few of you out there just being like, hey, let's just like calm it down for a second. It's a nice break, and it's appreciated, man. It's very much, and you do great work, by the way.
Well, thank you. Just a little old mountain man walking around holding his phone.
I love that. Well, we used to have a mountain man around here. They called him Nobody, and
yeah,
he was a different kind of asshole, not like a good person like you. Tony got it. I'm glad Tony got it. He's laughing, and yes, he got the joke. But yeah, they called him asshole. They called him asshole. I mean, he wanted to be Nobody, but really they called him asshole, which is what he was. And I'll say that to his face, even though he never showed it because he was a coward. I saw his face once. I did.
I saw him a couple of times.
But it's still
he had like a wizard beard and all that.
Yeah, I like that. I would like to be friends with more people with wizard beards, but it turns out that not everyone with a wizard beard is a wizard. Turns out sometimes they're pieces of shit. And I'll say that I'm live right now. Come fight me. Come fight me. Come out of your fucking snow globe and come fight me. Because I'm in one too. Anyways.
Damn. Shots fired.
I don't really care. No, I'm really not that passionate. I don't give a fuck about the guy. But it's just funny that the fact that how much turmoil that guy put on people. He deserved to be called out, but not on this show. That's not what I'm doing. But the guy, yeah, he was a motherfucker.
Fedora was just a great dude in general, Justin. He's awesome.
Yes, I miss Fedorable, and I'm always very happy when he comes around. Like that guy is Jim.
He is. He's great. Did my first live stream with him.
Me and Fedorable didn't always get along at all, period. Like me and him, we had our problems, but for the past like 4 or 5 years, we've been really good. It's not that we talk often because he's like a cat. He comes and goes.
He's a busy guy. Yeah.
Yeah. But when he comes around, you don't know what he's going to put out there, man.
He's great. Fun. Yeah, he's awesome.
I love you guys. We'll wrap this thing up and get it done. Any last words? Anything else you want to say before I shut this thing down?
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Everyone's good.
Everybody has a great week. Stay warm. Stay safe.
Yes, absolutely. So I'll do the outro here. I want to thank everyone for watching the show tonight. I had so much fun. It's going to be a crazy year. 2025 is going to be insane. And I already have too much material to work with that I don't even know how to handle it. Like it's getting wild out here, fellas and lady bosses. But I appreciate that I have the opportunity to do the show and that I have people that watch. And also more than anything, I appreciate you guys, Tony, Tristan, and Jim, for being here tonight. I really appreciate you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. The fact that you would give up your own personal reputations to be on a crazy show like Hoffcast. It's a joke. It's a joke. But I love you guys. And don't take any wooden nickels. Stay vigilant. And on behalf of Tony, Tristan, and Jim, Hoff, signing off. Cheers, everyone. See you next Sunday.
Bye-bye.
Later.
I actually did the salute, and there's no way anybody saw it.
My heart goes out to you. There we go. Hey, Hoff bosses, my heart goes out to you. I almost didn't end it that way. My heart goes out to you. 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 That's the way you end a Hoffcast. Hold on, one last thing here. Just
hashtag not a Nazi.
Hashtag not a Nazi. Hashtag not a cult. My heart goes out to you. Cheers, bosses. Hoff signing off.